Welcome to GLOBSEC 2024 here in Prague. I'm Kim Dozier, CNN Global Affairs Analyst.
And I'm Steve Clemons, a contributing editor of National Interest, and I also have the privilege of being the co-chair of the GLOBSEC US Initiative.
And we're here for the 19th edition of the GLOBSEC Forum. It's the first time it's being held outside Bratislava, and for me, the first time in Prague.
I mean, weren't you trying to push Robert Vass to say, take this show on the road?
Indeed, and I'm glad that he
And I've always been waiting for it to be in Prague. But let me ask you right now, and folks, take your seats, get in your seats, do not socialize now, or I will call out your names. But let's take a poll real quick. Who is a first-timer at GLOBSEC? Put your hands up. I want you all to take a look. I want you all to be adopted by everyone. Show me now everyone who's been here at a GLOBSEC session before. Great. So be very nice to the first-timers, okay? Because the most important thing here is this forum is for you. The best thing to do, and anyone who's been here before will tell you the best way to make this value to you is meet people you don't know, go to the outside sessions, come into this room. We've got 3 stages we're going to get into because the world is the mess. The deal this year is that we're going to be looking at the global challenges on so many fronts. Russia and its invasion of Ukraine wages on. This is a super election year. Over 4 billion people making political choices around the world. And AI, it's changing everything. It's changing everything in your home, but it's also on the battlefield.
And that's why the message of this year's forum is Taming the Storm, looking at the juncture of confrontation between different states, different nation states, the chaos driven by climate change, and all of the upheaval that we're following in Ukraine, Gaza, etc. And the forum strives to generate ideas for solutions. So we're not just here to talk at the problem, we're here to try to find some concrete ways to solve these issues.
You know, I'm a realist and I'm kind of drawn to storms, so this is a very comfortable one for me. But let me tell you again, to rework this and to think about what we're trying to do, I'm going to ask Milan, let's move our folks into seats in the room down here. Okay, thank you. And what I'm going to do is there are 4 key pillars that we think undermine most of the conference here today. The first pillar is redefining the global order. That's one of the issues we're thinking about and trying to get our heads around. Secondly, we're thinking at the wars out there. How do you get from wars and conflicts we see emerging in a fragile world and move to a just peace in these circumstances? How do we chart a smart geotech frontier? And you're going to be hearing a lot about a new geotech center that GLOBSEC is launching. So geotech is very much a part of the new vocabulary of GLOBSEC. And then finally, we're going to look at how leadership, how the new European leadership can set new priorities. So that's another big key theme of our meeting today.
And one of the ways that we have concocted for you to help us answer some of these questions is the Slido app. So if you haven't already, please download the GLOBSEC app and you'll find Slido in there. Now, if you have already downloaded the GLOBSEC app, I would like to...
Pull it out.
I would like to do a dry run with everyone. Pull out your phones and find the Slido app.
You have a Slido app? You don't have a Slido app? Yeah, there you got it. There, ready to go. Okay,
there you go.
Yeah.
And
play along. This is play along time.
We're going to ask you a question, and the question is, what are the biggest storms facing the global community? So you can answer in 1-word answers.
Or 2 words, but put a hyphen in there.
Put a hyphen there. And we will walk you through some other details while you're working that out. But you know, the first time is the hardest time, and once you've done Slido, then you'll be able to interact with all of the large panels going forward.
You know, for me, it's the price of milk, but you know, we'll leave that there. That's 3 words, not legal. But anyway, put your words up there. We're going to have the word cloud in a moment. But let me tell you a little bit about housekeeping. Right now, you are in the Havel stage area. Havel stage is our largest stage. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff going on. But this is a 3-ring circus. GLOBSEC has delivered extraordinary amount of content, and we want to give you a choice. So you don't always have to fly the Havel stage airline. You have other airlines you can choose from. And the Schwarzenberg room is right next door. You go outside this room, the Schwarzenberg stage is next door, and then up the mezzanine level, you go out, you go up through the cafe, up the stairs, and in the back is the Albright stage. And some of you, like me, are going to get the privilege of being on all 3 stages in one day. So I look forward to seeing you on all 3 stages.
And There are also 40 different side events that you may get an invitation to. So those are smaller events in a salon setting where you can talk with some of the leaders who are also on stage and nut out some of the solutions to these problems.
We have Slido results.
Slido results.
Okay, one of the biggest storms is war. I'll just say that's original, but you know it is good. Ukraine, polarization, populism, inequality, disinformation. So many. Elon Musk, that's up there. That's interesting. You know, that's an original one. I want to find out. Come up to me secretly later and tell, because that's a really avant-garde one. Modern slavery, human trafficking. You know, I don't know what yours would be. My big thing driving storms in the world, I would say, would be inertia. Inertia in our thinking, not original thinking. Inertia is it's the biggest driving force of every decision we make, and it's something we've got to rethink. But what would yours be?
Another way to describe inertia is fear, because the human brain, we're not too far removed from cavemen, and when you're confronted with threats, one of the survival reactions is to freeze.
Right.
And that is related to inertia. We can't freeze, we've got to push forward and come up with some solutions.
So Kim, what's going on the sidelines?
So on the sidelines, we have the small events that you'll get invitations to. We also have social events
well, tell us a little bit more of the small events you're getting. So there is how many?
40.
There are 40 separate sideline events. Some of them, they say you're not in, you know, it's invitation only, but just ignore that. Just show up anywhere and you go in. But I would say go early, act important, and you'll get in. I'm going to get in trouble for this. But there are going to be lots of different topics. And I got to tell you, again, to make GLOBSEC work for you, work the room, work these sessions.
There are also 2 formal social events. There's an invite-only award gala this evening.
Invite only again. But let me tell you, if you're not on that list, last night I went to Sazazu. Is anybody from Prague? Do you know that place? You know, am I saying it right? Sazazu. It's fantastic. It's huge. It's it's fantastic food, very kind of Asian cuisine, Prague style, and there's a great nightclub attached to it. So that's where I'm going to be after the invite-only dinner. So Sazazu, okay, in Prague.
And there is also a Saturday evening cocktail event that everyone is invited to.
Everyone invited.
Now that's probably enough from us.
Great, and let's rev up the engines and start GLOBSEC 2024.
Cheers.
Running into a storm can seem counterintuitive. Our instincts often tell us to seek safety and shelter. But running away may only delay the inevitable confrontation with the storm. Whereas confronting it allows us to proactively address issues. By facing the storm, we can take control of the situation. It empowers us to navigate through challenges and forces us to find innovative solutions. This is why we are gathering in Prague today for the 19th edition of the GLOBSEC Forum. If adversity is meant to build resilience, and running into the storm can challenge us to adapt, persevere, and ultimately become stronger, then this is the right platform to do so. To foster peace and prevent the escalation of conflicts, we must safeguard our democracies through resilience, unity, and innovation. Challenges at the GeoTech frontier, from cyber adaptation to AI, require preparedness and partnerships to navigate the polycrises ahead. As global Europe faces mass protests, migration, and energy transition, it must embrace competitiveness and industrial modernization. The US presidential election could have an impact on the ongoing war on Europe's eastern borders, which has already cost too many lives. We cannot allow this to continue, and we must build a stronger transatlantic bond. We simply must act now. This and much more is a storm gathering strength and slowly turning into a blizzard. The GLOBSEC Forum 2024 is here to find a way to tame the storm.
Please welcome President of GLOBSEC, Robert Vass.
Thank you very much. What an emotional video, very dramatic. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear friends, it is my honor and privilege to stand here and to open the 19th edition of the GLOBSEC Forum in Prague. I'm excited to be in Prague, and I'm grateful to this wonderful city and to this country to welcome us in such an extraordinary way. I'm glad that Prague has become a new home for GLOBSEC Forum for years to come. It is definitely a new chapter for us, for GLOBSEC Forum, that strives to be the constructive voice of Central Europe, because this offers us new opportunities and synergies. Because we believe that we can drive the change even from a small countries of Central Europe. And our ambition is multiplied with the ambition of Czech Republic to step up in the international stage, because we believe that the size of the country should not be counted on the number of citizens or a land, but rather than on the intellectual power. But our joint ambition to move here, the forum, would not have been possible without the strategic, political, and moral support of President Peter Pavel, who gave his auspices for this forum. Thank you, Mr. President. It would not have been possible without the support of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Minister Jan Lipavsky himself and the entire government. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I would like to also thank to the preparatory committee that been driving us here in Czech Republic under the leadership of Peter Kolář, but also the decisions by the board of directors of GLOBSEC, led by the former Vice-Chancellor of Austria, Wilhelm Molterer, and the chairman of the US GLOBSEC Foundation, Peter Pudil. These gentlemen have been very crucial in making this possible. Without their unwavering resolution, it would have been impossible. We have also dozens of very important supporters and participants here. Taming the storm. This is the 19th edition of the GLOBSEC Forum. I still remember our first conference when we established it as university students. It was the year 2005, during the big wave of EU and NATO enlargement. It was a celebration of Europe whole, free, and at peace, when the continent reunited. Fundamentally, in 2005, we were convinced that the international community was moving the right direction. Democracy was strong and expanding, and the primacy of international order worldwide was unrivaled. Today, 19 years later, the world looks a little bit different. The storm is just brewing, and we seem to be near, very near, to the eye of the Category 4 storm. Whether it's from Russia's continuous war in Ukraine, a conflict in the Middle East, to populism, anti-democratic tendencies at home, from weaponization of energy and economic interdependence to technological revolution. This Category 4 storm can seriously damage the foundations of the international order that we have been building for so long. The general feeling is that the world is not moving somehow the right direction. But we have not come here to this beautiful city to wane, because the storm is unmistakably out there, but it is in our power to tame it. As someone said, history sometimes needs a push in the right direction. So this is the framing theme that I would like us to consider for the next few days. And I will suggest 3 areas where we can give history a little bit of push. And I'm sure we'll come up with many more during the course of this weekend. First, we must admit that the international order is under attack. As Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk has recently said, that we are living in a pre-war era. I would take it a little bit step further. Whether we want it or not, a war is already fought against us. It's fought in Ukraine, but also it's fought inside of our societies, in information space, by weaponizing energy supplies, sabotaging our communication networks, launching cyber attacks, etc. Kremlin and scary number of Russians believe that they are at war with the West and NATO. And we would be foolish on our side to pretend that this war will go away only if we ignore it long enough. And as my friend said, if two parties are at war but only one recognizes it, it tends to win. But my second point is, what takes us to sustainable peace? And we know from our history that it is not through appeasement, but through building strength and resilience in our institutions and societies to deter a bigger war. We must organize our economies, societies, and defense to face the current danger. We must invest more. And the third point is that we must recognize that the global competition is increasingly centered around technological innovation. Technological innovation has become the defining parameter of the global order. It defines strength of economies and the strength of militaries. The United States and China have internalized this principle. We in Europe are too slow. We are losing our competitiveness. We are slow in our ability to develop and integrate tech. And it also means we risk becoming irrelevant. That's exactly why GLOBSEC is launching a GeoTech center. We want to accelerate Europe, and we need to move faster to create and shape critical technologies. And we want to help align Europe and the US. Dear friends, so you might ask, this is a huge challenge, what we need to do. So who is supposed to do all of this? First, when I look at this room, I see an extraordinary group of decision makers, influencers, journalists, future leaders over the course of these 3 days. We all can contribute to mobilizing our societies and to protect the international order. Second, I do think that our region, Central Eastern Europe, is in a very unique historical position now to drive transformative initiatives for the entire continent. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the region has attracted far more attention and acquired additional credibility. As in his speech at the GLOBSEC Forum last year, President Macron famously said that Western Europe has mistakenly ignored the voices of the region. If Central Eastern Europe opinions have been listened to, Europe would be stronger now and better prepared to respond to security challenges it is facing. Finally, I wanted to highlight an important group of powerful agents of positive change. These are the young leaders. We are gathering a lot of young leaders during the course of these 3 days, and they have meetings with political leaders. And I'm happy also to share that this year GLOBSEC launched the Women Leaders Council, a community of accomplished women leaders who across the Atlantic who are at the forefront of their respective fields. The council is not simply a diversity exercise. It is a commitment by GLOBSEC that we will champion perspectives, ideas, and opinions that often get lost. And you will hear more from these women leaders over the course of the forum. I want to finish my opening remarks with the word of Madeleine Albright. She once said, "I'm not a fatalist because I think people can make a difference. I'm just an optimist who worries a lot." So maybe my very gloomy introduction was gloomy, but like Secretary Albright, I believe we can make a difference. I'm optimistic about our future because there are more than 2,000 of us in Prague, and over the next 3 days, we'll be working on finding solutions to the problems that worry all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Prague and have a wonderful 3 days. Thank you very much.
And now we would like to welcome the President of the Czech Republic, Petr Pavel.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, and good morning to all of you. It is a great pleasure for me to address you today at the GLOBSEC Forum. For 2 decades, this forum has been building an excellent reputation as the leading Central European platform for discussing global security issues. This year, for the first time, we are honored to welcome GLOBSEC Forum in Prague. Let me briefly touch on where we stand in evolving global security landscape and where I believe our main goals should be. Clearly, I can't but start with Ukraine, which continues to stand strong against Russia's cynical aggression. We are facing a long conflict with an uncertain outcome. Time can, however, work in Ukraine's and in our favor, but only if we pull ourselves together and learn the right lessons from the past 2.5 years. At this point, we are dealing with Russia that still believes it has no reason to change its course of action. To achieve a just and lasting peace, we must continue to provide sufficient and predictable support to Ukraine. Russia must grow to an understanding that persisting in this misguided war will no longer be in their interest. The Ukrainians are more than doing their part to drive that message home. They pay the highest price, their lives. Whatever we do to support them will never bear the same price tag. As Europeans and the transatlantic community, we must persist in our support. It is not only the right thing to do, but it is also in our own interest. We need to maintain our political resolve and develop the material capacities to provide Ukraine with the necessary resources. There is still room to be more effective in enforcing our sanctions and undermine the ability of Russian industry to support the war. It is essential to make it less appealing for the third countries to support the aggressor than to comply with our own sanction regimes. At the same time, Europe as a continent is facing structural economic challenges. Our low self-sufficiency in critical raw materials, medicines, or semiconductors is hampering our economic development. Energy security and our past dependency on unpredictable partners showed that short-term economic gains can create long-term headaches. Although we still remain pioneers in many areas, we are falling behind the US, some Asian countries, and India in a number of technological developments and in exploitation of emerging technologies. It is time for us to realize that our technological competence and advancement will strongly shape our geopolitical relevance and security of our citizens. Therefore, I appreciate the foundation of the Prague GeoTech Summit, a platform which brings together political leaders and technological pioneers to discuss our common responsibility to safeguard our democracies and prosperity. There is no doubt we need more cooperation, not just between governments and businesses, but also between the EU and the US. But I would rather say between Europe and the US and the rest of democratic countries around the world. We are good at talking, but not so much in doing. It is time to start breaking down the barriers for deepening our cooperation in science, research and development, and in emergent technologies such as quantum computing, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and modern defense technologies. As we move forward, it is clear that the international landscape has become increasingly challenging. It is only right that the bedrock of our security, the North Atlantic Alliance, is returning to its primary mission, to collective defense. NATO will focus on developing capabilities needed to prevail in a potential peer conflict. We need to restore the capacities of European defense industries. We must prepare to face sabotage and well-orchestrated cyber attacks. Our societies also need to become more resilient against disinformation campaigns that seek to exploit divisions and weaken our social cohesion. We do indeed live in an increasingly conflicting world. Yet I still firmly believe that an international order based on rules and cooperation benefits not just the West, but all members of the international community. The rules and institutions born out of the Second World War may require reforms. Yet fragmentation and the sliding into bloc mentality weaken us all. Open conflict is a disastrous path for everyone. This is true for Russia, which is certainly weaker and more fragile today than it was before 2022. Importantly, it also applies to China, which has a vested interest in its economic position and in fulfilling an aspiration to become a respected and a responsible global leader. Of all countries, China is in the strongest position to help end Russia's aggression in Ukraine. This is why our efforts to strengthen our own resilience will have to go hand in hand with genuine engagement with our adversaries. A world where conflict becomes the norm is far from the inevitable. Yet it is in our collective power to avoid such scenario. All the best to GLOBSEC Forum 2024, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, President Pavel. And now I would like to welcome Wilhelm Molterer. He is the GLOBSEC chairman, and he will be introducing the President of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen. Mr. Molterer.
Welcome. There is just one option to defend democracy and freedom, just one option to defend our territory and security of our people, just one option to compete successfully on the global level, and just one option to protect nature and environment. And this is to keep the European Union united and to make the European Union stronger. That's the only single option. And it's a great honor for GLOBSEC that we can say welcome President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. She is the strong lady that's leading the European Union exactly in this direction, to keep it united and make it stronger. Welcome, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for your kind words. Presidents, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a big privilege for me to be here in Prague today. I'd say at Central Europe's most renowned security conference. This is my first public address since I was elected to lead the European Commission for a second mandate. And I think there is no better place than being here and give the first speech after this election. The new reality is that Central Europe is not only geographically at the heart of Europe, but it is also politically and strategically central to the future of the European Union. Last year, the biggest investors in this region were not German companies or French companies, but Czech companies. Poland is one of Europe's most dynamic economies. Resilience of most Central European countries in the face of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine was and is remarkable. So when we talk about competitiveness, I think Europe's West has a lot to learn from Europe's East. And in the last 3 years, Europe has discovered another side of this region's impressive strength. Since Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine, you have become the beating heart of European solidarity. And this is still the case today, after 2.5 years of Russian aggression and brutality. Almost on the very same day when Prague will celebrate 35 years of the Velvet Revolution, the world will mark 1,000 days of Russia's full-scale invasion. And there's nothing velvet about Putin's war. So many innocent people killed. So many cities have been razed to the ground. So many families have been torn apart. And one day, we will know how many young men and women born in 1989 were killed in 2024. But there's something else we already know. Peace cannot be taken for granted. You warned already years ago about Putin's intentions. Well, we should have listened better to Central and Eastern Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, today some politicians inside our union and even in this part of Europe are muddying the waters of our conversation about Ukraine. They blame the war not on the invader, but on the invaded. Not on Putin's lust for power, but on Ukraine's thirst for freedom. So I want to ask them, would you ever blame Hungarians for the Soviet invasion of 1956? Would you ever blame Czechs for the Soviet repression of 1968? And the answer to this question is very clear. The Kremlin's behavior was illegal and atrocious back then, and the Kremlin's behavior is illegal and atrocious today. We Europeans have many different histories. We speak many different languages. But in no language, peace is synonymous with surrender. In no language, sovereignty is synonymous with occupation. So those who argue to stop support for Ukraine do not argue for peace. They argue for appeasement and subjugation of Ukraine. So today I would like to address all those who, after 1,000 days of death and destruction, are asking sincerely, isn't it time for talks? It is first and foremost up to our Ukrainian friends to answer this question. We and them want the war to stop as soon as possible. But while many outside Europe are preoccupied only with the end of fighting, my position is that peace is not simply the absence of war. Peace is a settlement that makes war impossible and unnecessary. And therefore, we must put Ukraine in the condition of negotiating such peace, and this is why the integration of Ukraine in our European Union is for us at the heart of every peace effort. If we want true peace, we must fundamentally rethink the foundation of Europe's security architecture. Russia's invasion has been an eye-opener for Europe. What lies in ruins are not only Ukrainian cities, but also many of our basic security assumptions. For decades, many said that economic interdependence was the ultimate source of security. And you know all that Europe was buying Russian gas, and this was supposed to be the guarantee that Moscow would never start a new war on the old continent. This was an illusion. Putin has traded his country's prosperity for his own imperial ambitions. And our own dependency on Russia has become an asset in Putin's hands. What was believed to be a source of security was, in fact, a source of vulnerability. And as Russia started to move its troops towards the border of Ukraine, it also turned off the gas tap to blackmail Europe. We all remember the shock and the horror when the full-scale invasion of Ukraine began, but also the fear of blackouts in Europe. These fears have never materialized. Why that? Europe got the support of all our partners immediately. The United States, for example, immediately stepped up the LNG deliveries. Norway increased the pipeline gas deliveries. But we also helped ourselves. We built new infrastructure. We bought energy together to have a strong market power. We brought prices down and under control. They are still too high, but we brought them down quite a bit. But most importantly, we have worked on a structural response to this crisis. We invested massively in renewable energy, and we are investing in the fuels of the future, like, for example, clean hydrogen. And the result speaks for itself. In the first half of this year, 50% of all our electricity generation came from renewables. Wind and solar generated more electricity than all fossil fuels combined. Putin's attempt to blackmail our union has not only utterly failed, actually, he triggered the boost of European homegrown renewable energy that makes us independent. And we've learned our lesson. When we speak about our energy, we have to produce our own energy, more renewables, more nuclear, more efficiency. When we speak about our technologies, semiconductors, and artificial intelligence, we have to design our own European solutions. So for me, innovation and competitiveness are not only an essential part of our future prosperity, but they are also an essential and crucial part of our long-term security. And there's also a second lesson we have learned. Europe has overcome its long-standing unwillingness to spend enough on its own defense. And I'm here coming to the point of our transatlantic cooperation. I cannot overemphasize the importance of the US support for Ukraine since the start of this war. Once again, America has stood up for the freedom of all Europeans. And I feel deep gratitude for this, but also a deep responsibility. Protecting Europe is first and foremost Europe's duty. And while NATO must remain the center of our collective defense, we need a much stronger European pillar. We Europeans need to have the means to defend and protect ourselves, and to deter any possible adversaries. So since the start of the war, we have already made unprecedented progress. Member states have stepped up their defense spending from just over 200 billion before the war to almost 300 billion this year. And our defense industry has also stepped up to the new reality. We have reopened production lines, we have placed new orders, we are cutting red tape to produce more and more quickly. But this is not enough. The reality is that even if Europeans take the current security threats seriously, it will take time and massive investment to restructure our defense industries. Our aim must be to build continent-size defense output. And Central Europe is very well positioned to be one of the drivers and one of the great beneficiaries of this new push for the European defense sector. And here, ladies and gentlemen, the challenge is for small countries and small companies to learn to think big, really big. We must have in mind a systemic overhaul of Europe's defense. And this is why I will appoint a full-fledged defense commissioner in the next commission. This is Europe's strategic responsibility. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this decade, many illusions have been shattered in Europe. The illusion that peace was achieved once and for all. The illusion that prosperity might matter more to Putin than his delusional dreams of empire. The illusion that Europe was doing enough on security, be it economically or militarily. Today, we cannot afford any more illusions. The second half of this decade will be high risk. The war against Ukraine and the conflict in the Middle East have put geopolitics in flux. Tensions are also running high in the Far East. We are facing climate change with, for example, desertification of whole regions. We Europeans must be on guard. We must refocus our attention on the security dimension of everything we do. We must think about our union as intrinsically a security project. And Central Europe has a crucial role to play. And this is why I'm so happy to be here at GLOBSEC today, because you must be at the heart of European security. You must be at the heart of our union's future. I count on you. Thank you very much, and long live Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another massive round of applause for President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Let me just say one thing about Madam President. Years ago, when she was Minister of Defense, I had the privilege of interviewing her here at GLOBSEC, well, it was in Bratislava, and the forward-looking nature and the clarity of her words then have not diminished at all. I just want to say thank you again. Great to see you. Thank you so much. Okay, let me ask everyone to, excuse me, Madam President. Let me ask everyone to stay in your seats. We're going to move into the next fantastic session, chaired by my very good friend and the iconic, need no introduction, General John Allen, who's been such a foundation for GLOBSEC, will be joining us. We're going to have two presidents and a former president with us on stage, including President Pavel here. Peter, it's great to see you. So what we're going to do is just wait for a moment. We've got a little bit of a treat for you, and we'll move to that next session.
I think we'll be joined by our other speakers now, please. President Pavel. Thank you. Wonderful to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. It's great to see you here in Prague. It's wonderful to be once again at a GLOBSEC forum. It's in a different place this year, but that won't matter at all in terms of the substance that we'll achieve throughout this conference. Let me make just a couple of remarks before we begin this really important session. For the Americans who are here, I know you're here and could have been on Labor Day with your families, but you chose to be here at this conference. And we're all grateful that you could participate. And Brad Smith, President Smith, is at the end of the group this morning on the stage. His presence here, and not at Labor Day, speaks volumes for his commitment to this program. Another comment that I'll make is, you'll note the badges that we all wear have a certain color lanyard to them, and I make this comment every year. The lanyards that are green are typically around the necks of young women and men who are the engine to make this conference successful. They are students, they are young entrepreneurs, they all have a commitment to our values, but they're here today and they're here for the next couple of days to make this conference successful. They are the future of this country, they are the future of the Slovak Republic, they are the future for all of us. If you have a moment during this conference, just stop and thank the people with the green lanyards and engage them in a conversation, because they are truly our future. This particular panel is very important as the lead panel. It's also one of the lead events of something that's already been mentioned today, the GLOBSEC GeoTech Center. We are facing really daunting technology challenges. And we're about to enter the second quarter of the 21st century. How could that possibly be? But we are. We're deep in this century. And technology and technological innovation has become, in many respects, the defining parameter. Not the independent variable, but one of the principal variables in defining the global order. As nations vie competitively to control the family of technologies that will define the 21st century, and I'm talking about AI, talking about computing power, I'm talking about innovative power sources, I'm talking about biotechnology and synthetic biology. There are so many emerging technologies that aren't just changing the technology environment, but the rate of change is dizzying. And it's something that we as individuals and we as states and citizens of the world have to understand will be central to geopolitics and geostrategic relations as we go forward. It's not just about economic advantage. It's not just about technological advance. These technologies are going to define military capabilities. They're going to define the politics of nations. They're going to define the relationships between and among the countries on the global stage. For us on this panel, for us in this audience, for us in this part of the world, these technologies are also going to be defined by our value system. And it has to be that our values predominate not just our innovation, but the application of these technologies, because, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that around the world these technologies are being applied to control and suppress populations and to manufacture truly terrifying weapon systems and capabilities. We have to be guided by our values as we innovate for the future to uplift our people and to protect our societies. Now, against this backdrop, Europe's focus on regulation has delivered important successes on the global stage. Yet Europe's global success and its role on the global stage is increasingly challenged by competitors. Competitors within the private sector, but competitors that are also state-centric. I'm thinking specifically of the Chinese in this regard. And in fact, just yesterday, Nikkei published an article that stipulates that China now leads the world in 90% of critical tech research. This is not an insignificant commitment by the Chinese going forward. And we have to recognize that these are going to be the challenges that we face, the challenges that Europe will face. So this brings us to some important questions. How do we ensure Europe's future as a technologically capable global power? How can Europe build and organize its global partnerships, including building coalitions with nation states, private companies, non-governmental organizations, and civil society? Questions like these, they barely scratch the surface of this topic. It's the very reason that GLOBSEC has created the GeoTech Center, to address these daunting challenges that we are going to face going forward. And not just in Europe, but to seek to create the fusion of values between North America and Europe going forward, and many of the democracies around the world that share our values. A united democratic front that is technologically advanced is good for humankind. It's good for our societies. It's good for our people. It is good for the world. And we aim through this GeoTech Center ultimately to address many of these. But to offer valuable insights on these issues this morning, we could not have a better qualified panel. You've seen the bios, you know their reputations. I'll introduce them simply by name, and then we'll get into the questions and the answers. We're honored to have on the stage who's already addressed the GeoTech Center and welcomed us as a conference, President Petr Pavel. We're also very pleased and honored to have Nataša Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. We're also honored to have join us today Kirsti Kaljulaid, most recent President of Estonia. And we have another President, the Vice Chair and the President of Microsoft, Brad Smith. Now, we'll go for about 50 minutes on the panel. At about 30, 35 minutes or so, we'll go to questions. I've been equipped this morning with a bit of technology. Nothing is more risky than giving a general technology and expecting it to work or the general to be able to work it. But we'll see how it goes at the end, and we'll use Slido for you to post your questions so we can have a good conversation at the end.
For the most dangerous things, the president has the other key, so.
That's the challenge with leadership. We want to start by talking about the challenge. Let's outline the challenge, and let me go first to you, President Pavel. How do you see the current geopolitical tensions shaping the global technology landscape? And how does technology shape your thinking as a president of a sovereign nation as we go forward?
Well, it would be for a long debate, but I would try to keep it short. There's no doubt that the current international environment, as well as security environment, is driven by competition between democracies on one side and different kind of autocracies on the other. And then somewhere in the middle, we'll have quite a large group of countries, nations, that are undecided which way to go, because they have a pragmatic cooperation with some of these autocratic regimes. They have probably some frustration from the lack of responsiveness from democratic countries when it comes to cooperation. And they are also under the influence of propaganda, portraying democracy as a system designed to a failure. So we have to see it in that perspective. And of course, as technologies are and always were the instrument of power, the one who will achieve a significant breakthrough in technology will have a great advantage to push through his way of life, his system of values. I believe it is quite clear that China would like to be a dominant power in the world. But of course, that brings their set of values, their way of thinking about global order. From our side, it's obviously about protecting our way of life, democratic values, and the freedoms that we inherently believe are linked to democratic regimes. So this is the competition that is quite open and openly declared. Leaders such as President Xi and President Putin were quite clear in saying that the one who will make a significant breakthrough in the AI will dominate the world.
That's right.
And this is how things are, and we have to look at from that perspective. We talk about European role in this big competition. Naturally so, we are sitting in the center of Europe. But we have to look at it from a global perspective, because it is truly global. It's not about how the EU will deal with the issue. It's about how all the democratic countries, wherever they are, if they are in the EU or NATO or non-aligned, if they are in Asia or Europe and North America or Latin America, they will all have the same issue, and that is to ensure that technology will serve the best purpose of promoting democratic values, and not those who want more control over the population, who want to abuse the technological advance in their favor when it comes to the control or dominance in terms of military dominance. So this is where we are, and we should look at it from that perspective. When it comes to my thinking, I'm truly convinced that technology is and should be a part of all our considerations. If we are talking about security, if we are talking about economy, energy, education, we will see the impact of technology everywhere. So technologies will not only change and are changing our lives, but they will also change our way of thinking, the way how we manage our societies. So it is omnipresent, and that's why it is absolutely right that we have set up a platform where we can discuss technologies as a natural part of all our activities.
Thank you. The values portion is very important, and it's wonderful that you emphasize that. Let me go to President Smith. Sir, from your position leading one of the leading tech companies in the world, how would you describe the global tech competition as it looks today, and how would you see it evolving over the next decade?
Well, I would say a couple of things. You know, people easily focus on sort of China and the competition with China, and that is real. You know, we're seeing around the world, and we're certainly seeing in China, you know, this enormous, you know, technology power emerge. And then we look at the rest of the world, and I think especially when one is in Europe, it's easy to then look across the Atlantic. And you know, at times, to be honest, I feel that Europe in 2024 is sort of like Microsoft in 2014. I've been at Microsoft for 31 years. But it was a decade ago when we would get up every morning and we would say, Apple has a great phone. Samsung has a great phone. Woe is us, we don't have a great phone. And then it was almost exactly 10 years ago that we said two things. We said, you know what? We don't think we're going to succeed in making a great phone, and we can succeed without one. And it was that decision that put Microsoft on a completely different path. We said, we'll invest in the cloud, we'll invest in the areas where we are great, and we're going to get our technology on everybody's phone. And so to me, there's a lasting lesson from that. Never spend so much time focused on what you don't have that you forget all of your strengths. So when you look at technology competition around the world, we sometimes use technology as if it only applies to digital technology, forgetting, for example, that arguably the greatest technology advance of this decade in part came from Europe in creating a cure or a vaccine to end a pandemic. And so you look at the European economy, and I'm always so struck because fundamentally our role is to support the various parts of the economy. The deep domain expertise in vertical segment after vertical segment. Don't lose sight of that. And then, of course, I'm not saying give up on other areas. Work on those too. But then remember that in some ways, I think some of the most important technology advances that are underway and are oncoming are really, say in the case of AI, a new general purpose technology. Something that economists would say will reshape every part of the economy. And the ultimate key to the impact of a general purpose technology on competition between countries and parts of the world is not on where it's invented, it's how it's diffused, how quickly it's then put into every part of the economy. And so then that leads one to focus hard on energy, because it takes a lot, chips, AI models, but ultimately it is the skilling infrastructure that will, I think, really decide how well different countries do in using AI to power every part of the economy into the future.
The skilling infrastructure is really important, and Microsoft has done a lot to help countries in doing that. It's also about promoting the human resource as much as possible from the school level up and creating pathways and career patterns that can bring everyone into the mainstream, in particular in the United States and here in Europe, doing much more to get women into this process and to have women become key players throughout the entire career pattern as they move up. And Brad, you said something very important that resonated with me, having done a number of years in the Marine Corps, but it's good advice for everyone here. Be aware of your weaknesses and your vulnerabilities, but capitalize on your strengths. Promote your strengths, leverage your strengths. And that I think is Europe's future. It has to think about the strengths that it brings to the table and not be focused on its vulnerabilities or its weaknesses. President Musar, if I may, man, what are the main challenges for Europe that you see in navigating global competition and in the increasingly technology-driven environment in which we're dealing?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here to discuss the future of the better world, if I might say so. What are the challenges? You know the saying that United States of America are innovating, European Union is regulating. For the past years, the saying for China wasn't China is replicating. Yeah? For China, this is not the case anymore. They're a highly innovative country nowadays. Exactly. And I see the question here, this is why I want to tackle this topic first, because some people see that regulating technologies in Europe is not a good thing, that we are stopping to a halt the development of modern technologies. But as a lawyer, and I have to be honest, as a human rights lawyer, I see the regulation from a different point of view, because I think that technologies and regulation should go hand in hand, and I will tell you an example. I was part of a very hard negotiation process for a general data protection regulation in European Union. Do you know that this regulation is holding a world record in number of amendments? 3,999 amendments were put forward to make this regulation a bit more compliant with the development of modern technologies. But in the end, we found solutions. You know what happened with the AI? United States was really, really opposing the general data protection regulation, because for the first time in European Union, this regulation has an extraterritorial value and obligations for the companies who want to offer services in European Union. And there was a lot of opposition, a lot of lobbyists. Brussels was full with lobbyists for the GDPR. Now with AI, when I follow the development of this very crucial modern technology, which is going to change our world, I'm pretty sure, now we see that the United States of America and some parts of the world as well are asking for the regulation. That's a total shift, because they see the dangers behind. And believe me, I am happy to live in European Union, because European Union is the leader in regulation. But still, I think that the regulation is needed more than ever in the AI world. Of course, we have to be careful not to, stop the development. But I think that the AI Act of European Union, which is going to be first one in the world, again, we are the leaders here, found the right proportionality principles to be built inside of this AI Act. And just to briefly explain, there are 3 pillars of how to regulate AI. First one is what is explicitly not allowed, where AI is not allowed to be used. That's a red light, so full stop. The second pillar is dangerous technologies, which needs to be supervised and regulated. This is the core of the AI Act. And then the third point is no dangers at all. You can use the AI and follow the rules. I think this is the right step forward. But I would like to mention one more thing, because European Union is not regulating that, and it's a reason for that, because the defense is out of the regulation. It's on European Union member states. At the beginning, when we started a discussion about artificial intelligence, we discussed a lot also about the automotive weapons. So this is where, as a human rights lawyer, as a lawyer, I see dangers. And why am I telling you this? Because United Nations are now stepping in, which is a global multilateral organization. They need to do their job, their task as well. And the first regulation, which was adopted at the General Assembly last year, at the end of November, I think, is asking Secretary General Guterres to ask all the members of the United Nations to evaluate how to regulate AI in the weapons industry. So now we are not discussing only European Union and what the European Union is going to do to regulate, but I think that we are now in a position where we need a kind of a global regulation. So that's where I see the advantages of European Union. Some see it as a disadvantage, but just to conclude, I think that human rights, law, and modern technologies can go hand in hand if we are wise enough to implement them properly for the benefit of everybody. We see modern technologies too many times invading personal data, privacy, freedom of expression. But that's the core of every single democracy. The freedoms that we do have, don't spoil them with the technology. This is why I think that European Union is taking the right direction.
Thank you. That's very helpful. My notes said pause for applause, so we anticipated those comments would elicit a great response. President Kaljulaid, what do you, as you think across the spectrum of competitiveness today, especially about Europe, what are your thoughts, please, on that?
Yes, my understanding is that all technologies which humankind has created since axe and fire actually can be put to good use and bad use. And if we are afraid of bad use of technologies, then the worst thing we can do is not to use these technologies also for the good reasons, because this will make us to fall further behind. We wouldn't understand what the bads are doing if we are not doing similar things. So we need to use the technology. On legislation of this technology, indeed, we must make sure that we show with our legislation that we trust other democracies and that we trust our private partners. And private partners here take actually the front stage. You know why? Because first time are democratic nations in the situation where the governments have no control of our technological developments. There is more money in private sector and really good ideas and things coming from private sector. It's not like with nuclear weapons. We don't control it. And I think overall it's a good thing because, I mean, private sector is very innovative and they work quicker on that. But we need to let go of this need of, I mean, trusting only by controlling. This will make us to draw ahead of China, certainly. Finally, I am sure we will win because our foundations are right. Only free people are truly creative. Question is, can we leave our people free? Not only nominally and in democratic sense, but also in the business sense. So how to regulate? Legal cycle is far longer than is tech cycle. So all legislation which we put in place has to be instinctively understood in a way like we regulate our analog society. Everything which cannot be done in analog world must be forbidden in the digital world. Frankly, we don't need new legislation for that. It's far less complex and far less technical to regulate this way. I give you a very simple example. In a democratic nation, if somebody has bad social background, we don't lock them up because maybe they will develop criminal tendencies. Similarly, you do not use technology to predict what people might do in the future, what they want to do in the future, and act accordingly to limit their freedom. But is there anything new to legislate then? That's my question. I think also, and I very much agree with you, we need to get to the supranational understanding of new technologies and legislation of technologies. But the only way to get there quickly as we need, and to be ready also for the next and thereafter next generations of technology, is to go with this instinct that what is possible for, or what is forbidden in analog is similarly forbidden or possible in the AI and digital world. Thank you.
Well done. In a session we had earlier this morning, we talked about how tech innovation and the capacity for tech development and the fielding of new technologies is really forming around 4 centers: North America, Europe, China, and India. And where they are in relation to each other remains to be determined. I think we all have an idea right now. But for President Smith, often there is the observation made that Europe is lagging behind North America, the United States in particular, and China. And as India becomes a more powerful, innovative source as time goes on, would you have advice for European leaders on how they should think about increasing the competitiveness of Europe overall, in particular, ending up 3rd or 4th in the stack in this GeoTech competition in the 21st century isn't a very good place to be. So your thoughts perhaps on how you might advise European leaders in that regard.
Yeah, I would say 2 things. And first, I would just perhaps complement and build upon the last 2 comments by saying I do think that there is an important role for the rule of law and for regulation as well. That's not typically the American view or the American tech sector view. I find more typically with my colleagues in the tech sector, they're saying, we should just have unregulated AI, and that way we'll have faster innovation. And I often point out to them that if you go to the grocery store in the United States or anywhere in Europe or in the world, you can see whole milk and skim milk and chocolate milk and soy milk and almond milk, but you know what? It's all safe milk because there are safety standards and inspectors. And I think we all want to have safe and AI and private AI, and we want to have healthy competition and lots of other things. So the goal is not, in my view, regulation for the sake of regulation, but regulation in order to preserve and enhance, call it, in this case, European values. So I think the fundamental challenge for Europe, and indeed it's really the fundamental challenge everywhere, is how to put in place the right legal and regulatory floor to reinforce those values and preserve them while also accelerating investment in new technologies and their use. The good news, in my view, is, say, in contrast to 35 years ago when I was living and working in Europe, there are startups everywhere. Yeah, I do feel that innovation is not only is continuing to move forward in European universities as it always has, but it's then leaving the universities in the form of local students and professors who are founding companies in Berlin, in Paris, and Lisbon, and Prague, and so many other places. There is a much more vibrant engineering community when you look at digital technology or something like AI than there was a quarter of a century ago. And I think the fundamental opportunity and need is to then help that grow further. And to some degree, it's about accelerating sources of investment capital. I think in Europe and in many places, the real challenge now is not getting that first loan or infusion of capital to start a company. It's to get ongoing sources of capital so you can grow and not die before you succeed. And I think the second piece of it, frankly, is to stimulate demand. So as these companies start to produce something that's important and valuable, they can sell more of it to more people faster. And that, I think, does involve a few things. It means break down more of the barriers among the European Union so that one can go farther in attaining a genuine single market, perhaps especially for digital technologies. I think it involves, frankly, accelerating public procurement, especially in the parts of Europe where the public sector is such a large part of the economy. Because if the public sector is lagging in procuring new technologies, you're really holding back your own industries and making it harder for them to grow. And certainly as we think about defense technologies, I think that a faster public procurement of local defense technologies is also important as well. So I think there are clear opportunities to really harness what didn't exist when this century began, but is starting to really prosper as we look to the second quarter of this century, which will begin in 4 months.
Let me come back to you, President Kaljulaid, which comes in right behind what President Smith just talked about. What's your vision for a future tech-capable Europe, and how do we get there?
Yeah, I know why you ask me. I'm Estonian. And everybody knows right. Estonians for their digital prowess. But the good thing for the Europeans to know is that Estonia has never created any of this technology which we became known for using. Yes, we are now starting gradually also to develop new tech based on our quick copying, quick following. And I think this is the European way. You don't have to, be at the forefront of technology. You can simply be a quick follower. Initially, it is a slightly cheaper and less risky technology kind of approach. And then basically you gradually grow, and the next round of innovation probably will happen somewhere here, because we were so good in mainstreaming what has been offered by our good business partners from America. But of course, all that, as I said, needs a legally permissive environment in Europe, which, well, some argue we don't have today.
Thank you. Now, as the moderator, it's my sad duty eventually to go to questions, but it's also my pleasure to go to questions. So we've got just a few more minutes, and I'll ask the panel 2 more quick questions. President Musar, how do we foster greater transatlantic convergence at this time of really important tech innovation to ensure that we do have the common values that we need? What's your vision for that?
I think that every single economy should be aware of the fact that cooperation and finding synergy is a key to success. Even if you watch a company, I often say to Slovenian entrepreneurs that they are not competing on national championships, but they are competing in European and world championships. So they have to cooperate. But what I want to say is that, of course, United States are a partner of European Union trade. European single market has done a lot since European Union was established. Maybe we have to define strategies how to cooperating and compete at the same time with China, which is of course a global force today in modern technologies. What I want to see in the future is that this competition is going to be fair, you know. Of course, European Union has to do more to be inwardly strong, so that the single European Union market is going to be stronger than it is. Then second point is, of course, to cooperate with like-minded countries who share our views, the vision, the knowledge at the end. And third point is, this competition should be fair. How to achieve this, it's not always easy, but I see no other way than to cooperate. As European companies are cooperate with United States on economical and business fields, so has the politics needs to do the same. If you do have a good policies, then also for the economy is a bit easier. Yeah? So politics needs to do the right environment for that kind of a cooperation. And in European Union, I see that we have to pay a lot of, or let me say, more attention to small and medium enterprises, which combine, I think, more than half of European Union economy, so we have to help them. And European Union is investing a lot in science. The projects inside European Union for companies are, you know, always available. Horizon 2025, 26. I mean, there's a lot of money which is invested to European business. But without cooperation at the end, even European Union is too small to be closed in our own bubble. So we have to open up, we have to find the synergies. That's the future in economy and in politics.
Thank you. Very, very good. Let me offer the last question to President Pavel, and then we'll go to some questions. You've spoken very powerfully on a number of occasions, and you did this morning again, on the relationship of technology, democracy, and global relationships as we continue our journey in the 21st century. Could you remind us about your thoughts in that regard?
Well, I believe that the security, technological advancements are clearly interlinked because being a tool of power, as with any technology, it can be used in both ways, for good as well as for bad. With nuclear technology, both fusion and fission is extremely useful to humanity, as it is extremely dangerous, and it threatens even extinction. With the AI, we will probably follow the same pattern. On one hand, it will be extremely helpful in a number of areas. It can help us resolve a number of problems that we were not able to resolve before. But at the same time, it may bring challenges of an unprecedented scales that will harm not only individual countries, but also probably the whole humanity. And we really have to pay our attention to how these technologies are being developed and used. I am partially in favor to support the argument on regulation, but not to over-regulate, because even technological development needs some freedom. If we limit the playground too much, we'll probably leave the space open for our competitors, because they will not apply the same regulation. And that's why we have to stay in pair and do our best to put together all our resources, especially with regard to the fact that our processes are definitely longer, probably more complicated than the processes in less democratic or undemocratic countries, because they have a central control. They can apply changes very quickly, while we have to use our processes that will have to be agreed by many. So in this case, I really believe in as great cooperation as possible, openness, because quite often we are trapped by our protectionism, being it in countries' boundaries or the EU versus United States, instead of reminding ourselves that our competitors are not among democratic countries, but they are in different parts of the world. So wherever we come to a point where we try to limit our will to share, where we want to protect our own economic interests, we have to remind ourselves that by competing with each other, we are giving an advantage to our adversaries. That's quite a simple thinking. I think we should apply it on all issues that we deal with.
Thank you. Democracy is, in fact, under pressure around the world in so many ways. And often we don't see how democracy is under pressure from technological innovation. This is why the idea that it's not just about Europe, it's not just about North America, but it's also about the great democracies in East Asia as well, who are leading in technological development, who are leading in investment, who are leading in the protection of human rights and the rule of law. This is a global democratic challenge for us, and our capacity, as I said earlier, to combine our innovative resources will be the challenge of our time. We're a bit close on time. That, by the way, the note that was handed to me a moment ago, I just got through extolling the green lanyards. That green lanyard brought one that said, "Don't you dare go over." So I want to make sure I'm on time here. Let me go to a very important question. We have 3 political leaders here and 1 corporate leader. And the question reads, should industry show geopolitical affiliation? And how can we trust them to increase our trust, particularly with regard to what's being done to keep us strong and secure? Not sure about that second sentence, but the first sentence is a good one. Is there a place for industry in the private sector ultimately? I'm getting a hand that wants to answer that with regard to political affiliation. President Kaljulaid.
Yes, thank you. I really want to be a little bit transactional here, if allowed. I've noticed that we discuss a lot about democracies should all stick together and all work together in this technological front. Fair enough. But frankly speaking, then you need to resurrect this thing which used to be called TTIP. And then, you know, all Europeans will grab the opportunity, and all others as well, and forget about trading with China on the technologies. But we do not see these kind of developments in our political discussion. Frankly speaking, we need to have free trade area for free democracies globally, including those in America, those in Asia, those in Europe, in order to really be ahead and really win for democracies also this technological discussion.
Anyone else? Brad, please.
Yeah, I would say 2 things. First, we better have a collaboration between the public and private sectors in the world today, because we live in a world where security depends on technology. And the technology that in so many ways is changing the world is not being created by governments. Not even in China is it being created by governments. It may be state subsidized. It's being created by the private sector. And when you look at cyberspace, which is really now a 4th plane of war, right, it is mostly in private hands. So if we don't have effective collaboration, we're not going to be successful in defending Europe, North America, or the free world as a whole. And second, I think that calls the question for companies, where do you stand? And I'm not here to say never sell in China. There are certain technologies in a controlled way that we will provide there. And there are certain humanitarian needs that I think exist everywhere. When you talk about, say, things that support healthcare or the education of the youngest people on the planet. But I come here today representing a company that has spent more than €500 million in the last 2 years in financial and technology assistance to defend Ukraine. So you're darn right. It's right that companies do this. And I will say, I'm not here to say, oh, just trust us, trust and verify. That's why you have rules of law and regulations. But ask us and expect us to do great things. Because people don't typically do great things unless it's asked of them and even expected of them to do so.
Thank you. That's very good. President Pavel.
I would like just to strengthen this point, because I'll give you a short example from my past. As the militaries were shrinking, they abandoned their research and development. They were focusing on doing their core business, but they were not able to follow the trends. So suddenly, it was not the military, but the defense industry companies who were actually setting the trends, who were coming up to militaries saying what they could offer for them to be better and more effective. Today, when I transfer it to a much broader scope, it's not the state and its institutions, it's private companies who have the drive, the resources, the capacity to do the research, to advance technologies. And that's why I think there is no other way than for governments to work in a close coordination with private business in a very open and transparent relationship. Sometimes working with private companies involves some fears from corruption, lack of transparency. I think we can easily overcome that. But hiding behind the fear from corruption and thus justifying our lack of communication with the private sector is simply suicidal.
Let me ask a final question. And I would ask all the panelists to give a thought while we're answering this question. My final question will be, if you could offer the new GeoTech Center one topic that you think we should embrace as we go forward, what should that be? And I'll come to that question in a moment. But this, I think, is a really important question. It says, how should Europe rethink its talent development, its retention policies to stay competitive? And how should Europe think about its education and immigration policies to do that? Anyone? We have 3 presidents here.
If I'm brave enough to start, I hope. I mean, for me, where Europe can do maybe more to be also complementary with the rest of the world is that indeed our tech talent among our young girls and women is not brought forward quickly enough. And I think this is something which GeoTech Center should look into. There are great initiatives also, for example, in Estonia, like Unicorn Squad, which bring girls to think they can. And then they go to universities and graduate and to the companies, and they are told, no, the glass ceiling is still there. And I think this is something where Europe, by nature and by instinct, actually could be a contributor.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, if I may just add something, I think you tackled one of the most important points, which is, you know, a education for the future. I see in many countries how the educational curricula is lagging behind the modern technologies. And I used to be the information commissioner of the Republic of Slovenia in charge of data protection and access to public information. This is why these topics are so close to my heart. And 15 years ago, I started persuading Slovenian government that we have to introduce the media literacy, the financial literacy, and digital literacy to the curricula. Are we today talking enough with high-tech companies? What kind of experts are they going to need in the future? What kind of experts they need today? Because the public sector, especially the government, needs to listen what the future is telling us, what the companies are telling us, and adapt the educational system. But we are lagging behind, always, and that's not good. And then we have another momentum in European Union, and probably in some other parts of the world as well. Our population is in decline, so our demography doesn't look well. what's the future? So we have to import the labor force so that we will continue to grow. But is economic growth the only thing we want to achieve in the future? We will not have time to discuss climate change and things that are really close to my heart, and I think that they matter for the future. But the immigration in European Union, are we tackle it in the right way? Can we not tackle the immigration in a more positive way to say, okay, we need labor, let's do this legally correct and minimize the illegal immigration? I don't know whether we are doing enough. I was the president of the Red Cross in 2015 when the huge migration wave happened in the European Union. Yes. And at that time, we left Italy completely alone in Lampedusa. We left Greece alone. You deal with migrants. Today, what's that, 11 years after, we are discussing now the solidarity between the European Union countries to tackle the migration. But I think one of the solutions is to find a proper labor force, also in high tech, that Europe is going to, go the direction that we want to.
Thank you. Very good. Brad Smith.
I would just say, to put it in very practical terms, you could consider this. Microsoft has more than 1,000 engineers employed here in Prague. It's a great engineering center, and the engineers here work on all kinds of products that you probably think of as American, not realizing that in so many ways they're developed here in Europe by many people who are citizens of the Czech Republic. We also have more than 200 open engineering jobs here in Prague. And so, really, I think, three things have to come together to continue to grow something like this. First, it has to be a place that is welcoming of people, including people from around the world and not just people who grew up here. Second, it does need to be a place where more people can grow up here and get the kinds of degrees to fill the jobs that we have. And third, it needs the kind of immigration system that does enable people to then come and join that workforce. One of the great things about Prague, one of the great things about the Czech Republic, for 25, 30 years, it's brought together all three of those things, and I think it's a great success story. And you see it in many other places across Europe as well.
Thank you, Brad. So we come to the end. The President and all of you have expressed your support for the GeoTech Center. President Smith this morning announced that Microsoft is going to support us as well. I'll leave that to you if you'd like to elaborate on that. This is the speed round. If you could tell me one thing as the director of the center, what should I concentrate on going forward? President Pavel.
I would probably suggest that we think big and we extend our invitation to our partners, democratic partners on the other side of the globe, to have them on board, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, potentially even Israel, and other countries who would be interested to share, because the more countries are on board, the better chances for success.
Excellent, thank you. President Musar.
So what those kind of centers should do, what the key topics to be developed should be, I can say two things. Fight climate change. For me, it's really very important. Also for climate change, the regulations we are now facing in European Union are saying, oh, this regulation is going to kill, the economy because we have to become sustainable and green. But again, at the end, young entrepreneurs that I'm talking to, they always find solutions in favor of fighting versus climate change. Yeah? So climate change, and I have to mention one more thing, which is the greatest threat to all democracies around the globe. That's fight against disinformation. That's, I have to finish with.
Absolutely, thank you. President Kaljulaid.
Well, we have also to think about tech and energy. And the only independent energy source, of course, for Europe is green and clean. And we really need to, up the speed to achieve that, because, of course, our energy need, particularly electricity needs, are growing rapidly. And the prognosis come from these gentlemen here. And we really need to listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think those are three great goals. And I would just say, having just committed this morning that Microsoft will provide $3 million of funding over the next 3 years. John, one thing I know completely, you will spend it well, so thank you.
Well, we've had an opportunity to explore the intersection of geopolitics, geostrategic relationships, and how emerging and developing technologies will shape virtually all of that in the 21st century. We could not have had a better panel than to explore that together. Ladies and gentlemen, help me thank them for their insights today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator for the next session, Terry Schultz.
People take their seats. Hello, okay, we're going to go ahead and get the next session underway. Anyone else who wants to continue with their discussions, please make way in the stage, because I have only 20 minutes with my guest, who I'm going to bring out shortly. My name's Terry Schultz. I've been covering NATO and the European Union for the last more than 15 years, and I'm very pleased to be here. The lineup for the next 3 days is just incredible, and never a more important time to be having these conversations, which I hope are going to be very candid. I am going to start that, definitely here in this chat, with the Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Geoană. Please come out here, Mr. Deputy Secretary General.
You go there?
We know each other well. He has already said he wants to have rapid-fire questions, so everyone, he's going to shake a few hands here, and we'll get more on this shaking the hands thing in a minute. But you are all going to be able to ask your last questions. Come on up here, Mr. Diaz.
I come here? Okay.
Yep, up here.
Let's go.
You're going to be able to ask questions via Slido. I think people are probably getting warmed up with this technique. And it is your last chance to ask him questions as DSG, because his mandate is ending and he will be moving on to a new role, which everyone anticipates is going to be a candidate for his president of his home country in Romania. I have permission to say that.
That's top secret.
That's top secret. I'm used to breaking news at NATO. So he's open to questions on his years at NATO, on what his hopes are for his country, for his neighborhood, for the Black Sea. I'm sure you want to speak about that. But I am going to give him a bit of a softball to start us off. The theme of our session here is Rising Threats, Timeless Resolve. Now, to me, that's a bit of a yawn. Timeless resolve, that doesn't sound that active, Mr. DSG. But look, when you took over in 2019, when you became the deputy in 2019, we never could have imagined the threats that are facing NATO's neighborhood, your own country's neighborhood. We would not have imagined the situation that we're in today. Yes, the resolve is unbroken, but are you concerned that that balance, that the tipping point of the threats against the resolve, 32 allies now, not all of them as resolute as others, do you think that balance is more at risk now than it would have been, say, in 2019 when you took this job?
No, thank you so much, Terry. Thank you for being here, and great to be back in Prague. Listen, anybody who pretends that he or she, they do know the future, this is not totally true. So when I took this job 5 years ago, when Secretary General Stoltenberg, he's now 10 years in his job, so he could have even more, let's say, educated answers than mine. Of course, we didn't anticipate what would happen after only 5 years. Historically, moments of global shift, of balance of power, are always conducive to instability and eventual tension and even war. That's something that history teaches all of us. And here in Europe, we have a lot of history we can, rely upon. There was a question about the role of NATO itself. There are doubts about
if there even should be one.
Then we had Afghanistan, which was a very traumatic experience for us. Then we had the pandemic, when the global shift and attention moved to something else than traditional security. But we knew in the depth of our hearts, and being the keepers of the tradition of this great alliance, that we have inside NATO the genes of permanent adaptation to a changing world. When I was hired by Jens, and I'm the first guy from the newcomers in NATO to take this job, this is during the Trump time. I remember the first summit in London with Boris Johnson and President Trump.
It wasn't a summit. You couldn't call it a summit.
It was
a leaders' meeting.
It was a leaders' meeting, okay.
Yeah.
So we've seen lots of politics moving around. But I think very indicative, when I took the job, Jens Stoltenberg, who's a superb leader, he called me in his office, like a good, Norwegian and Nordic, by the way, happy if I have Finland and Sweden in. He gave me a written instruction, this, EU, this. And he comes to me and says, Mircea, you're a political guy. I want you to be, on my behalf, the champion of innovation in NATO. So in a way, anticipating that beyond the geopolitics and the congregation of autocratic powers like Russia and China, Iran and North Korea, the real competition was about who can have the technological edge. And if I would say something that I would say that happened in NATO over these 5 years, number one, we had probably the sharpest, quickest, more profound transformation of any large organization, I think, in history, adapting from that world to this new world in a few years' time. One. Second, not only the geopolitics are shifting, but also the economic model and the technological revolutions are changing also our economies, the way we work, the way we live, professions, but also the art of warfare. When I look, and we have now AI strategy in NATO, we have a biotech strategy in NATO, we are working on a quantum strategy in NATO, we have a space strategy in NATO, we are having climate change and security in NATO. So what I want to say, that what's really spectacular in NATO is that we really embrace this change with a very broad definition of security itself. Of course, military security, new defense plans, 500,000 troops under high readiness, Finland and Sweden joining our alliance, high-tempo exercises, multi-domain, everything, which was normal in a way for us to adapt to the military new situation. But what's remarkable of NATO is politically, and in terms of the breadth and the depth of the new definition of security, we are just, I would say, really amazingly swift. Not perfect. We still have things to do, but to work at the same time with supply chain, with energy security, with cyber security, with biotech, AI, and quantum, and new materials which are coming, with space. And this is something I believe shows again and again, as Madeleine Albright was saying about her adoptive country, and here in Prague, Madeleine Albright is the Madeleine, and I was the privilege to be a foreign minister together with her and be part of the Aspen Institute experience with her. She said that about America to be the indispensable nation. I would say today, for 1 billion people from 32 countries, that NATO is the indispensable organization alliance. That's who we are. That's what we'll do. And I know the guys coming after me, and after Jens, of course, Marute taking over the next few weeks, will be doing the same. The world is so complicated that we need a stronger NATO more than ever.
Okay, I think that's a very good overview. You did have time to work on innovation. I mean, some of the things like Geoană, like the financing of
the innovation fund.
I mean, the innovation fund is something that once it was created, everyone, you know, it was easy to think, wow, why didn't we think of this before? It's so natural, it's so normal, it's so smart. And I don't say those things easily, you know, to be overly flattering, but to draw in these technologies at very early stages into NATO's sphere is something that I think is priceless. Given the competition, given the threats that we're talking about, it's even more important. Can you explain a little bit about that?
There's something quite interesting. Let's go back to economic history this time, not only political history. In the 60s, 90% of all technology used in NATO of the defense and national security sectors were produced by government. Department of Energy labs, NASA, DARPA, the Pentagon, and that was an economic model for innovation in the 60s. Today, in 2024, even before 2024, 90% of everything we use in defense and national security is produced by private sector, by large tech companies, by large defense, by startups, by young entrepreneurs. So this huge shift from one model to the other also came with a price. Many of the young, talented people working in Silicon Valley or in London or in Bucharest or in Warsaw or in Prague had a certain misperception about NATO. There was a difficulty for the tech sector to work, number one, with government, and even less so with NATO. So when this war started also, when China is on the rise, and there's so much danger from everywhere, I see a shift in the pendulum, and I think now, and the role of NATO is to engage with industry, not only traditional defense sector, but tech, startups, Geoană, the Innovation Fund, and to basically say, we are in this together. Because there's no peace, there's no security, there's no business. There is no school, there is no family, there's no nothing. So what we are now, basically, what I think we did spectacularly well, far from being perfect, in NATO, that we are becoming a sort of a natural organic interlocutor for private sector. People come and knock on our door.
You've had to become more agile, though.
We also become a little bit more, to be honest, a little bit less rigid, a little bit more flexible, a little bit more understanding a little bit more the mindset of entrepreneurs and tech and industry and business. And I would say that this is probably one of the key roles of NATO, which is more discreet, is not that visible, is not in the headlines, that in fact we are helping the democratic West, free societies, liberal capitalism in all our countries to find this new equilibrium between industry, technology, government, and society. And this new balance, this new equilibrium, will be decisive for our overall capacity to prevail in this very tough competition against countries that are really, really, against our interests and against our values. So I would say that technology is not only a means, is also, innovation is a mindset. And I think in NATO we have managed to achieve, not easily, a culture of innovation. And I'm very proud of my young colleagues, because it's not, we are the political guys. We always brag about what others do. And we do brag, and we should brag. But I have to say that we have in NATO, from all across our nations in NATO, from all our military guys, our intel guys, our civilian, international people, we have superb people. And I'm also running on behalf of our Secretary General also the human resources part. And for one young professional, young guys here, okay? Just call me after this thing. We had for one superb program for young professionals, we had 1,400 applicants for one place to work for us. So also I think our reputation as a sterling organization, agile, smart, professional, in the service of our nations is also something that I think we improved a little bit.
Okay, we're already down to less than 5 minutes to go. That was very quick. But given what you were just discussing about more inclusiveness, changes in attitude, we have a question from the audience. What can be done to further strengthen the role of women in security? An ever-present question since the beginning of the alliance, one that perhaps hasn't had as much progress as many of us would have liked to see on this.
I mentioned that we are also changing rapidly in NATO. And I mentioned climate change and security. It was not on our radars before. It is now heavily on our radars. Secretary General has appointed a special representative for women, peace and security, and we have a colleague that she's doing great. But I'm seeing still, with results that can be improved and should be improved, a change of our culture when it comes to women, peace and security. And also Marie-Doa Besancenot here, our superb colleague running public diplomacy and everything else in NATO, is also a proof of the fact that it's not only about gender parity per se, which is important, is the fact, especially in our militaries, which is a more difficult profession in a way in terms of the traditional way of doing things, things are improving. And I have to say that for us, gender balance, when we help Ukraine, few people know that when we discuss about how much to give air and defense, establishing a lessons learned center in Poland, which is a great achievement after the NATO summit, that we work specifically with the many Ukrainian women in uniform, heroes as much as the other colleagues, for specific needs in the military.
Uniforms are a big thing that people are not aware of. There are not women
of course, are more
uniforms.
specific to our colleagues. So I would say that for us, that's a big, big shift, and I'm convinced that Mark Rutte and my successors will be continuing this leadership in making sure that our colleagues will be fully embraced in this organization.
And it's especially important when there's so much problem recruiting, right? People are having trouble filling their ranks in the militaries with the new needs of the new regional plans and the rising threats. You have to appeal to women, and you have to keep them. And right now, that's not happening.
I'm also looking to the fact that there are more and more women embracing not only the military profession, but also technology. I'm seeing with positive eyes. In my alma mater, originally I was to the Polytechnic University of Bucharest. That's my first school. Then I went to many others. And today, in my home country of Romania, we see parity almost at the entry level in technical schools. And there's a super school, by the way. And we see basically almost parity between young women and young men, teenagers that are coming into enrollment into university. So our interest is for the military per se, but also for the adjacent professions, technology, STEM, because they bring so much talent and they bring so much sophistication and diversity. So it's not only a matter of numbers, it's a matter of quality. For us, bringing women at the forefront of what we do is not only a matter of a mere gender balance, it's about added value. They add a lot to us. And we are very, very grateful to all the ones who are coming towards us.
Well, we're going to have to wrap up, but because I didn't get a question about this, I'm going to take the opportunity to ask, what makes you decide to go back and run a campaign for president?
No, that's...
I mean, honestly, you've just had to find consensus among 31, 32 countries now, and you still have the energy after these years to go back and run a national campaign.
This is about...
No, you don't.
I'm in NATO, and for the remaining days of my office, I will stay there. But I will say one thing. I'm one of the people, very young, that we started the journey of bringing former communist countries back where we belong, in the West. I was the youngest ambassador of Romania ever in Washington at 37 of age. I was running on the hallways of Congress and US Senate to get my country into NATO like crazy. And we failed the first time. In Madrid, we're not invited. No, the Czech Republic and Hungary and Poland were the first. And then we persevered. I became foreign minister. I raised the flag physically of my country as a new member of NATO in the old headquarters in Brussels. I closed with my own hand the accession negotiations to the EU for my country. And to be honest, to answer your question, Terry, I believe that once bringing in Prague in 2002, the summit invited my country and 6 others, the Baltics and the others, in one bite. And President G.W. Bush played a huge role in that, and we will always be grateful to him for that. And I really believe that after that, in a way, my role as a leader of my country, as a patriot in my country, as a freedom lover in former communist Europe, that my job would have been completed, because once in NATO and the EU, normally everything is perfect. It is not. Now we are entering a period of history that will be more convoluted, more dangerous, and also filled with opportunities like we never had before since the fall of communism. That's a new historical cycle. And all of us, and I'm talking especially to the countries from my region, to Poland, to the Baltic countries, to all the others, we have a sacred obligation, my friends, to bring our countries to the real level, to really become not only strategically relevant allies or EU member states, but to really become heavyweights. Because the heavier we become, and the more successful we become, and the stronger we become, the stronger this alliance would be, and the West will perdure. And also last word about Ukraine, about Moldova.
But wait a minute, what's your plan for that? What's your plan for making you heavyweights? Europe has known this for years and still fails to stick together.
We have to invest more in the skills of our people. We have to connect, speaking of Romania, 360 degrees. Romania will be an indispensable country for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Romania will be an indispensable country for the success of Moldova as becoming an EU country. Romania will be probably the only country that keeps Georgia across the Black Sea connected to us. Romania is a country that in a Central European Visegrad context will need to play a bigger role to resynchronize this part of Europe. We are the biggest country in the Western Balkans. We are a country that is also connected to the Middle East. When the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor will come to fruition, because we need to do that, where would it come from? Also through my country. So basically bringing our economic and our military might. And also I have to say that the Czech Republic is doing great. Poland is doing exceptionally well. So I think, I thought that I should really go and make some money into the private sector, continue to build my beloved Aspen Institute Romania, which I founded. I see colleagues here. But sometimes there is a need for us, the people that have experience and know a little bit the game, to say this is the time for us to reinvest ourselves for the next chapter of the Romanian National Project and for the next chapter of our great alliance. And I will be with this group and friends ever and ever, because that's our family, that's where we belong to, and we need to be stronger together like never before. And I'm so hopeful and optimistic that we'll prevail in this very complex world.
I do want to let you get back to that last thought about bringing Ukraine in. You were about to talk about that.
I'm coming from a country that was believed to never be able to join the West. Nobody gave Romania a dime of a chance to join NATO and then the EU. It was an improbable proposition. But we believed in that, and we managed to do it. And I think Ukraine belongs to this family. Ukraine is making and bleeding also for us. And I think we have a strategic interest, but also a moral obligation. And if we are true to our democracies, values and ethics matter. We have to really make sure that Ukraine is becoming part of this family, not because we want them, but because they want to join. And for me as a Romanian, knowing how difficult it was for my country to go back to its natural, cradle of civilization, I have an obligation to make sure that they will also be doing this. Let's first help them prevail and be strong in this very difficult war. And I know that Ukraine will be part of the family as a sovereign nation in Europe. It's all good for business, to be honest, also for our region, because it's a big country coming. So, but listen, because that's probably my last appearance, not only in GLOBSEC, but an international conference after 5 years. In the next few days, I will say how grateful I am to all our partners in the media, in the think tank community, especially the young ones. I want to thank you so much for rediscovering, in a way, NATO, for believing into an organization that is the foundation of everything we do. And I leave after 5 years with pride, with a sense of mission accomplished, with a sense of have learned a lot, to have given a lot to my organization, and to be a little bit naughty. I think Jens Stoltenberg had a good pick in choosing me 5 years ago.
And if your luck continues, you will be back in Brussels at summits and seeing plenty of these people.
I'll be coming back to see NATO from a different chair.
Well, a confident man anyway. Thank you very much. It's always been a pleasure to work with you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Terry.
DSG, and I'm sure everyone would share my welcome. All right, everyone, there are refreshments out the door, and we will continue on the stage with the session, A Just Peace for Ukraine. You don't want to miss that at 2:35. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator for the next session, Valerie Hopkins.
Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. I'm Valerie Hopkins. I'm an international correspondent at the New York Times, and I cover the war in Ukraine and also developments in Russia. And I would like to introduce a wonderful panel that we have here. A lot of experts and a lot of politicians. I've already told them no speeches, please. So first we have Gabrielius Landsbergis, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania. Luminita Odobescu, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. Katarina Mathernová, the EU Ambassador to Ukraine. And Maria Mezentseva, who is a member of parliament and the deputy chair on Ukraine's Committee on EU Integration, and the head of the Ukrainian delegation to the Council of Europe and the Parliamentary Assembly. Today, it's day 919 of this war. I think this is the third panel in the 3 years that I've moderated about the war in Ukraine. I wish we were talking about business development and not prospects for peace still, once again. But I think we have a great panel to discuss some of the pathways for peace. But I wanted to sort of set the stage by asking Maria, who just arrived from Kiev, to give us a sense of the mood right now in Ukraine. This week we saw some of the most dramatic strikes on Kiev and all of Ukraine since the war began. You know, how are your countrymen coping?
Thank you, Valerie. It's a huge privilege to participate physically in GLOBSEC Forum. And why I'm saying physically, because for us, every day is running in the mode carpe diem. So, you know, the next one might not arrive. On a positive note, we have survived yet another huge targeted wave of drones and different type of missiles, including cruise missiles, which is very hard to intercept. But our air defense bravely defended most of the country of Ukraine. Well, today it poses not just you know, some different kinds of mood in the country while we are preparing for the heating season, for the next winter to come. And every winter is called to be the most challenging one, even though we survive every time. And we are very thankful to international partners globally, not only EU, but even Japan, US, and others for supporting our critical infrastructure, for being able to protect it. And something we've been talking forever in our technologies, in our strategies, which is a Green Deal, which is a green energy. This is something that we are shifting towards because also of the war of aggression. So the morale and the motto is still very high among the civilians and military. You know that we have passed a very important role for the digitalized system of recruitment, and that was done very smoothly, I must say. Now we know how many of the people in Ukraine can be recruited and can be in service. Also, these are the services that are provided digitally so that, you know, the paper army would stop existing one day and this time can be more functional for the daily operations. Of course, the people who are still abroad, temporarily displaced, they are coming back. There are some who are leaving, and this is a, you know, constant movements throughout Ukraine. Even though we stand strong and we are preparing for the next budget process, usually we pass the budget not before Christmas, but very, very on time. Even though we're lacking budget money, and that would mean some harsh and painful decisions in terms of managing taxation system. However, we have the support of the EU, which is 50 billion package, IMF and other institutions which make our economy running. But the most brilliant people in terms of that are the taxpayers on the ground in Ukraine, who are being trained, who are being helped, and who are given this, you know, opportunity for Ukraine to continue existing, from where the salaries for the soldiers are coming, the payments for pensioners, doctors, teachers, and others. So I'm trying to bring the momentum that the feeling is positive, even though yesterday we have commemorated all the fallen soldiers, men and women who bravely served, not just for the sake of the existence of Ukraine and its European and NATO future, but for the existence of all of us beyond even subcontinent of Europe, historically, geographically, economic-wide. And this is not just a saying. I think how they defend our values on the ground are just absolutely outrageous.
Ambassador Mathernová, you also just arrived here from Kyiv. I think you said it took you 28 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how does it look on the ground for you? And what are you telling your colleagues, fellow EU ambassadors or EU politicians, including from countries who are slowing down their pledges of support for Ukraine, who are getting concerned about, you know, third year of funding, both for civilians and for military purposes?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. It's great to be back in GLOBSEC. A little bit sad that we moved the capitals, but here we are. And so it's great to be back in Prague, even if it took 28 hours indeed. But on the positive side, I don't remember a good night's sleep without air alerts for a long time. So I actually had a great night in this nice hotel. And exactly to your question, we are now at a critical juncture. And we have agency. We, the West, have agency in how the war will end. And now is the moment to step up. The military deliveries to Ukraine this summer month are the same as in the spring of 2022. They are down to a trickle from all of us, collectively. So it's really time to step up and realize that, as Minister Umerov likes to say, Minister of Defense, that he cannot shoot commitments. He needs actual material to shoot it. But before we get to all these difficult issues, let me just say 3 quick reflections on life in Kiev. First, the last 3 months are the concentration of the largest human suffering and casualties since the beginning of the war. So it's not that we are in a third year and some kind of attrition. No, the attacks are the largest. It's Friday today. This Monday was the largest attack on Ukraine, across Ukraine, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And we should not become numb to war crimes being committed, and there are just so many that we stop noticing. You know, words like Kachovka. It's going to be a new war crime of ecocide in the future. Ohmadit, you know, who bombs a clinic with kids that are suffering from cancer? A war crime, the largest attack this Monday. So we should not become numb to this. So that's my first reflection. My second one, another area of war crimes. Russia has destroyed 70 to 80%, well over 50% of energy production, pre-war energy production of Ukraine. Sure, pre-war, Ukraine had excess energy production, absolutely. Now we are looking, first of all, we have blackouts every day. In July in Kiev, we had blackouts 16 to 20 hours a day, and we are looking at a very dark and cold winter. At the current level of destruction, because the stockpiling of missiles happens, and we can have many, many more attacks at a time when restoring it and repairing either the grid or the power sources is not going to be that easy. So that's the second reflection. And the third one, I'm sure we'll discuss it further, but when I came to Kiev after my summer break, I found a different mood. I do realize that military experts and commentators may have different views on the Kursk offensive and incursion, but it has been extremely important for the Ukrainians, not only in the change of narrative vis-à-vis the West and displaying the weaknesses of Putin's regime, but the morale boost that this brought to Ukraine has been extremely important. So it already has boosted morale, it has changed the narrative, and it gave Ukraine important leverage. It gave it land, we'll see whether they'll be able to hold on to it, but it gave it hundreds of POWs that they were already immediately able to trade. They still have numbers that they are taking care of and will be able to trade in the future. So it gave leverage, and it created, hopefully, a new dynamic in the war. Although obviously the hope that Ukraine had of siphoning off the military from the eastern offensive, that did not pan out, and there we indeed see huge slow successes of Russia. So those are my initial reflections.
I did read this morning that the Russians are 5 miles outside of Pokrovsk at this point, which is really scary. I want to go to you, Minister Odobescu. What, given all of the developments that Ambassador Mathernová just laid out, are you seeing a consolidation among your EU colleagues over a vision, a consensus to bring this to an end, a vision for how the war could come to an end, and what successful negotiations could look like, and can the EU actually be leading that?
Well, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be back in Prague at the GLOBSEC forum. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to achieve the peace in Ukraine. The peace for Ukraine and in Ukraine and with Ukraine. And this ultimate goal stands at the heart of our strong commitment to support Ukraine to prevail in front of the Russian aggression. So this is really important, because I was listening to our colleagues, and we have seen on a daily basis the atrocities in Ukraine, what Russia continue to do in Ukraine. We are speaking about children, we are speaking about women, civilian infrastructure. So peace is really, really important, because the sooner we will achieve this peace, the more lives will be saved. The sooner Ukraine will be free, the greater security crisis we are facing in Europe will cease. Of course, the main question in everybody's mind is, how can we achieve a just, this is really important, just, it's an important word, lasting and comprehensive peace in Ukraine and for Ukraine. And not a peace at any cost. Do we really believe that Russia genuinely think or support the peace in Ukraine? I mean, we have seen when they came up with a proposal for a peace, they continue to attack hospitals. And they are doing everything to undermine the peace talks or the peace initiatives, or rejecting this. Of course, there are different starting points, and I think the starting point in any discussion about the peace is the legitimate expectation of Ukraine and Ukrainians that their sacrifice in front of the aggression was not in vain. This should be our starting point in any kind of discussions. And I think with the President Zelensky peace formula, we have a good starting of this discussion, because we are discussing about the international law, the UN Charter. We are discussing about a feasible peace. Of course, there are others, alternatives, so-called alternatives for peace. Just look at Russia. Of course, for them, peace is practically accepting their terms, which cannot be acceptable for any of us. And of course, we have discussed it because we, from the very beginning, Romania and with other EU countries have been very supportive of this initiative of President Zelensky. It's just the beginning of a difficult and challenging work, but we are committed to doing together because it's a really good starting point. And with the first summit in Switzerland, we have reached significant progress. Just looking at the number of the country participating from all the continents, just looking at the number of countries or organizations supporting the joint statement. Of course, we have a lot of work to do, but everything should be in the interests of Ukraine, because we are the peace in Ukraine is really important for Ukraine, but it's also very important for us, for Romania, for our region, and for Europe, because we are facing a security crisis in Europe. And it's also important for the transatlantic relations. So, because the way we are thinking about how to achieve the peace in Ukraine has consequences beyond Ukraine, because we are not only about our regions. I'm speaking about the international rules-based order, because this is what Russia is doing now, is challenging and undermining the UN Charter and international rules-based order.
Minister Landsbergis, I bumped into one of Maria's colleagues earlier today who had just come from Ursula von der Leyen's speech, and he was lamenting that there was a word missing that he didn't hear, which was victory. Yeah. I wanted to ask you, is that due to a lack of strategy on the EU's part? Is that due to a fear that that will make it harder to get the parties to the negotiating table? And from your perspective, is that a sine qua non of any future settlement, or is it something that already makes it a non-starter for the Russians?
Well, last year in the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, we devised a phrase that whatever victory takes, and that was our motto for the year. This was the motto that we tried to convince our partners in Europe and elsewhere to abide to, and we've never been afraid of the word victory, because honestly, when you look at it, there's no other way if you want to achieve peace, achieve just peace that the colleagues have been talking about, and do not have victory. And yes, somebody might call it, okay, so it's the war of narrative. So you can define victory first, and then you will have it. But unfortunately, the area is not. We're not working in vacuum. It's we have another team that's also creating narratives, and we have to imagine that at this stage, Putin is able to declare victory. Yes, partial. Yes, maybe not. He doesn't get anything that he wanted. But he's able to convince his people, his power circle, that he is getting what he wants. And actually, Kursk is the first time when that narrative for him is faltering. And that is also why it is so important. That his people around him are not entirely convinced that everything is settled as it is. Therefore, from my perspective, it is always imperative to have this ultimate goal very clearly set out, why we are here, why we are supporting Ukraine, what has to happen. Ukraine has to come out of this conflict as a victor. Otherwise, these sort of conflicts will never stop in the region. So that's the concept behind the word. Now, why we are afraid and able to define it? Multiple reasons, and probably everything that you've mentioned could be the reason as to why we're not there. I was always quite critical about the fact that we are unable to define the strategy. And if you go through the history, especially the history after the Second World War, every time US president would have to make a decision on a global matter, he would start about the vision of the world that he wants, that he has in his mind, that the US is leading. This is the world we are living. This is why we're engaged in this region. This is why we're here. But this sort of United States and world leaders haven't been with a tiny speck of isolationism. And I think that this is the biggest worry, that we are not talking widely, openly, publicly, and I'm not talking about the country as small as Lithuania, about the world vision that we are defending. This is what is at stake. If we want to convince ourselves that this is a regional conflict that can be completed with ceasefire, it won't. It is already affecting everybody globally. And if we are unable to reach Ukrainian victory, the world will be different. US role in this will be different. EU's role will be different. And I'm not saying even, Ukraine's position will be different. Baltic position, Romanian position will be different. And we are now, I could say, sleepwalking into this new reality without the grand vision of what kind of world we want to live in.
I'm glad you raised the US. That's a topic I definitely want to come back to. I just also wanted to remind the audience that soon I will stop abusing my position as moderator and allow you to ask questions. So there are, I see, I didn't realize they were already populating. Most of you are probably familiar with Slido. If you're not, there are QR codes and you can join. So you can feel free to ask your question in Slido, but we will also do a round, maybe after this one, of audience questions. So please start thinking of them. But I wanted to ask Maria to build a little bit on what Ambassador Mathernová said about how the Kursk incursion has shaped and changed the morale in Ukraine, and how you think it might be balanced or tempered or change if what it looks like might happen in Pokrovsk actually happens in the coming period. Will it still be considered popular? Will it still be considered a good idea? And at what cost is that coming? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Valerie. Well, I hope, and I'm sure the audience knows the city of Pokrovsk and where Kursk region is located, neighboring Ukraine and the northeast. I will try to be very specific on why this incredible operation occurred. When Ukraine is trying to defend and lobby its right, according to international law, to use international allied weapons, which we received at full, to use it at the territory of Russia to defeat the evil on the ground. And we're talking about oil refinery and other spots which are, enriching Russia's opportunity to fight us daily basis. We were forced to create this sort of a buffer zone because we didn't receive a right to use an international weapon on time for the long range. And it also means that we had to have more air defense at the border of Chernihiv, Sumy, my home region, Kharkiv, to defend civilians and not to create the bloodsheds on the ground for the military. So none of this in a very good perspective have occurred, so no decisions to lift up the limitations for the long range. Even if the British partners are saying, let's do it with the Storm Shadow, we still need to negotiate with US and France for the purpose, even though they're produced specifically in the UK. We saw them, we know how they work, and they can be very effective. What has happened just yesterday, the day before, with oil refineries, and happens every day, we prove the capability on the ground, how accurate the army of Ukraine can be in targeted and also defeating something that has never been done with the system Patriot and others. And I think the link that Ambassador made with the morale among civilians, we are also showing to the world we are not them. This is not Bucha, which occurred there in Kursk. This is international law, international humanitarian law at place, being practical. Because unfortunately, in many cases which occurred in Ukraine in terms of war crimes, international law was half dead, and I'll explain why. So the citizens of Russia who couldn't, being evacuated, now Ukrainian soldiers are helping them. They're bringing them food, water, necessarily medication, which Russian side couldn't be doing there back home. And very interesting to say, many of them either understand Ukrainian or speak Ukrainian. And that was a very wondering thing for the rest of the globe, for many Ukrainians as well. So the point on what's going to happen, I can't comment because I'm not a military expert, even though I'm doing military studies right now. But the purpose is to show to the world, when we will communicate that map, which President Zelensky and the head of his office, Yermak, referred to, that look, these are the targets. Ukraine has never an aim to target any civilian infrastructure like, on contrary, Russia is doing. We are planning to show again to the world that the only simple and justful formula is already there at the table. 143 countries of NATO in January 2023 supported peace formula, supported the creation of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression. Because if other leaders in the world, friends, will look of what is happening and ongoing since 2014, but I would say for centuries between us and Russia. And this evil will never be given a warrant, even though ICC has issued one, because Russian regime is stealing our children, and this is a genocide. It's confirmed according to international law. But if top leadership of Russia will not be given a warrant for what they're doing, and this is a crime of aggression according to international law, other possible leaders, not from the democratic camp, can go ahead and do the same in whatever country they want. Do we want such outcomes? I'm sure we're not. So I'm totally in line with the fact that we are preparing, with the military being on the ground and acting on their behalf as diplomats and politicians, with the functioning more than 40 different groups within the preparation for the second peace summit, unknown to be held by the end of this year or in the next year, but it definitely will be there. We are ready to pass on the outcome of these 40 working groups and the formula that the Russian side can review and reply to. But do they want to do it in a civilized way? Do they actually want any kind of negotiations? Because when your neighbor comes to your flat, rapes your wife, kills your child, and tells you, this 3 rooms and a living room today is mine, this is not just for negotiations or peace on the ground, even if you start negotiating. So I think we must adhere to international law, but the lacking in the formula is decisiveness. Thank you.
If the other panelists don't mind, I just wanted to come back to you and ask you one more question, since you are a Ukrainian politician, and that is about political life in Ukraine. I mean, I think so many of us reread so much news about what's happening on the front, about fights, about bombings, and a lot less, but it has started to seem that politics is back in Kyiv, The presidential administration and the parliament are not always in sync. Can you talk a little bit about how that is also shaping the current situation and the public discourse about a possible end to the war?
Yeah, Valerie, here the key is a little bit. I'll try to be very brief, not to steal the time from other speakers. So politics never left Kyiv and the regions, which is most importantly, because the real politics is always done on the ground with our decentralization reform. Thanks to the EU and the partners, it was realized in a very good manner. So we never stopped voting since 24th of February, voting for the martial law. We kept on doing it every other week. So we have a normal schedule. That's why we can receive delegations and foreign friends. We're taking them not only to the capital, but rather to to liberated territories in Kharkiv or Kherson or Zaporizhia region or elsewhere in Ukraine, where they can see the not only political life but the rich culture, understand the historical retrospectives of why this aggression is ongoing and what are we fighting for. And as a member of the EU committee, we have so much on our plate. We're only 7 members of Ukrainian parliament dealing with 95% of all legislation being registered.
And it's only starting.
Exactly, Katrina. I think when we'll create this intergovernmental group where not only politicians will be participating, but also very important NGO sector. And it's not just a line in our constitution that we are aiming to be back home, meaning to you, family, and to finally become probably 33rd member of NATO, and yet another thing which Putin has as an achievement, he enlarged NATO. We are doing daily job. Last but not least, for us, it's very crucial to give opportunities for civilians to continue their daily life, to give opportunities to entrepreneurs receive this 20,000 euros grant to open their business and not to give money back to the government, to create jobs, for the students to continue studying, for children at the occupied area at least have their tablets and study online. How it's going to go through the winter, I have no clue. Sometimes you wake up and you can't even get a shower and you run up to your office. You do the Zooms, you persuade international partners to give more weapons, but also to give more help for civilians. We are continuing. We never stop for even one day, and I'm sure that will give good results in the future. Last but not least, we are the youngest currently convocation, but it doesn't lack professionalism. And I'm very happy that every person which is now in the parliament, yesterday we celebrated 5 years, and you know that we have a little bit exceeded our term. The elections will occur once we win, and according to the constitution. But everyone is serving in their place in every city we are located, or every small village. And this is important to keep the dialogue, to explain European integration. 90% of Ukrainians are supporting Euro-Atlantic perspectives. And this is a motto for us to finally reach out the day when Ukrainians can vote for it, hopefully. Thank you.
Ambassador Mathernová, I mean, how does all of that sound to you? How long do you see, from your view in Kyiv, that Ukraine can actually, resource-wise, keep this going? You know, considering the rolling blackouts, considering the type of winter that you've mentioned that Ukraine is facing, and the manpower and weapons challenges.
I'm coming back to what I said before. Now is the time to step up the support, especially on the military side, not to go the route that Minister Landsbergis mentioned of sleepwalking into a completely different world that we don't want to have. Lumenica talked about international rules-based order, and I think all of that is at stake. It's always good to have politicians in a panel because they can say things before the diplomats do. But I would very much like to echo the time is now. We are going to a critical crux moment. Yes, the Kursk offensive might have accelerated some of that. Maybe we had a little more time before. The Pokrovsk, as you mentioned, the Russian military is 5 kilometers away. If they get Pokrovsk, they're very close to Dnipro, the 4th largest city. So the situation is really dramatic, and I think it's important to step up the support now. But I would like to reflect very briefly on something that Masha was saying. Probably, I don't know, in the audience, who has been in Kiev in the last 3 years or somewhere in Ukraine? Okay. Thank you. So about a quarter. So it's not going to be a surprise to you, but perhaps to the others. Because when I talk to some friends who have nothing to do with what I do, they're like, oh, you know, going to Kiev and you must be, yes, it's bad, there are alerts, but otherwise life goes on, and not only in Kiev, in Ukraine, economy is humming along. And the job that I have is also to help on the European integration path of Ukraine. And it's amazing that in these circumstances, the reforms are taking place. The parliament, as Maria said, has never stopped functioning. The government is strong, institutions are strong and solid. So the entire sort of Russian narrative of Ukraine, a failed, oh, so corrupt, they're practically a failed state, is simply not the case. Yes, there are problems. Yes, there are issues. Yes, there is corruption, but there is also a very effective fight against it. There are lots of journalists, huge journalistic freedom, NGOs working, opposition, government. So presidential administration, the state functions, and they are making a tremendous amount of reforms. And on the, I've never, you know, I'm old enough to have been on the side of negotiations, EU entry, when Slovakia was applying, and this was over 20 years ago, or around 20 years ago. And the Ukrainians are prepared. The Deputy Prime Minister for Euro-Atlantic integration has teams. We are helping with expertise, but there is simply work going on, and I think the time is now to really step up and not only talk about ceasefires and what questions it's going to pose to the Ukrainians, but what are the guarantees that are going to assure that it's not only a reprieve and a timeout for Russia to attack again in the future. That is the crux of the situation now, is to engage Ukraine and see how one can produce the guarantees that this is not going to happen in the future.
I'm sorry to cut the whole panel short, but I want to turn to the audience since we have less than 15 minutes left, and I'm sure there are a lot of burning questions. I think we should take 3. Please don't forget to introduce yourself, to say who the question is for, and I always like to remind people a question is a brief interrogatory statement ending with a question. We don't want to have statements. So I saw the first 2 hands. I saw one in the back and one in the front here, and then I see one here and one there. So please do keep it brief because we don't have a lot of time. We have people with the microphones. There was one question over here that I saw, and one in the front. Why don't you come to the front? Oh, there it is. Wow.
Hello, Alejandra. I have a question because it was mentioned that we would be sleepwalking into a different world if Ukraine would lose the conflict. I would argue that we are already in a multipolar world right now. If you look at Iran, if you look at Africa, and my question is whether it would not be good even for European Union to live in a multipolar world. As we talked about international law, we look at the United States, who's the hegemon or has been hegemon up until now, who's funding a genocidal war in Palestine, totally ignores international law and everything. So if we care about international law, maybe wouldn't it be better to go into multipolar world where European Union stands on its own, with other partners, of course? To Hopkins, probably, Mr.
Do you want to just answer this one briefly? I will reverse the taking 3 questions at a time, please.
Well, I think that I wouldn't go into details answering your question, but a couple of parts I can choose. So I think it's unavoidable for Europe to start standing more on its own feet. That's clear. The president of the Commission said that clearly, and I think that is a sentiment that many in Europe share. The question is just how, because even. Let's take the very simple example of money being spent on defense. So we always consider that US is the spender, and it truly is. $800 billion spent every year on defense. But when you combine all the budgets of European countries, it's 600 billion euros. So it's not that little, honestly. The problem is of synchronization. The problem is the purchase. The problem is the standards. The problem is the usage. and so many other things. So basically, we have the means, and now we just need to find a way how to use it and start building up the muscle. So that's clearly one thing. The second thing is that history is a bad example to plan the future, but history is a good way to explain what is happening right now. And I've mentioned U.S. role, and honestly, currently, I don't see any other way. How can we stabilize the situation in European continent without U.S. participation? And throughout the last 100 years, every time U.S. would look inwards, war breaks out in Europe. And this is, the thing that keeps on happening. So our job is now, at this point, build up ourselves, build up our muscle, get stronger, but bring back US and keep US as much as possible involved, because there's a very easy explanation why it is needed. Is it not just for Europe, not just for Ukraine, but for the whole society to work, for the whole global society to work.
Thanks. We have only a few minutes left. There's a hand right here in the front.
Thank you so much. My name is Letta Sigana, Center for Geopolitical Studies in Riga. I have a question about Russia, and I would like to ask someone who can do some read of that. We are always hoping for vulnerabilities, and we think this is going to be the next vulnerability that is going to collapse Russia's ability to continue the war. And then it again proves wrong. So what is the next vulnerability that might collapse this? Thank you.
Well, I think I will try also to put in the context of our discussions. The biggest challenge we are facing now when we are discussing or preparing, including the next summit for peace in Ukraine, is how to deal with Russia. As I said, we have no illusion that Russia wants peace. It's enough to look at the recent history. We also have to understand that Russia thinks differently. Just look again, as my colleague said, at the recent history. 2008, 2014, 2022. Russia has always this long-term strategy. And this is the risk we are seeing about discussing about Russia and what kind of peace. Because if we are going to have a frozen conflict, and just look around the Black Sea, a lot of frozen conflict. They have time. It means 5 years from now on, we will be back. Do we want this? And another point we are facing, because discussing how important for us is to stay together with US, because at the global level, and we have seen it with our different partners all around the globe, we face battles of narratives. And this is very risky, because what is Russia doing? Is trying to divide us as Ukraine and its supporters, and Russia and its friends. And trying to divide, and we have to avoid this, because there is only one division from our side, those abiding by the international law, not aggressing over the night a neighbor, no, and rejecting the force, and the others. And the other one is clearly Russia. So this is and of course when we are discussing about the next steps, how to, I wouldn't say the word engage, but we have to speak at a certain moment, and of course starting from, as I said, Ukraine expectation. We have to answer this kind of question. For instance, what is the common or minimum acceptable for all of us, for us as democratic countries? Because as I said, this is about people, this is about Ukraine, but it's also about our futures, because what Russia did, Russia undermined our systems, international law, and Russia is a member of Security Council. So this is why it's difficult. We have a lot of questions, but we also have a responsibility for children and women. I've been 3 times in Kiev, and always when I try to explain, my colleagues and everywhere go there. It's a war there. So this is also important, from time to time to think about, because we are living in a very safe environment, in peace. And it's different, and it's close to us. Ukraine is our neighbors. We have the longest land border with Ukraine. And we are doing all our best, because the stronger is our commitment to Ukraine, the stronger Ukraine's position is in the negotiation is. So we have to continue supporting Ukraine, including for preparing the peace talks.
Thanks. Did anyone else want to address the question of Russia's vulnerabilities, or shall we take the next question in the audience? I see in this corner here there are some questions. Or sorry, just quickly.
2 sentences. I don't think the name of the game should be looking for vulnerabilities. There are vulnerabilities, but the language that Mr. Putin understands is one of strength.
Yeah.
We know that.
Of force.
Good afternoon, Benjamin Tallis, Democratic Strategy Initiative, Berlin. Minister Landsbergis, I think you correctly identified our lack of vision and our strategic deficit. Some of the best strategies in the past could be encapsulated very pithily: peace through strength. We win, they lose. For you, and also for you others on the panel, what should be our strategy in service of what vision? Thank you.
Well, I think that we've been talking throughout the panel today that the main strategy that we need is how Ukraine has to win. I'm not a military specialist. I've seen Ben Hodges here. I'm sure that he would have he could lay out an excellent vision. But I would just use one example, and it has been mentioned. Why is Kursk so important? It's not just because now Putin is having troubles explaining it, but it also because it creates a strategic dilemma to him. He doesn't know what to expect tomorrow, and it changes his calculations. This is how the wars have been waged in the past. And this war has not been waged that way. We use strategic clarity. We've explained everything to our friends and enemies alike. Putin would wake up, open New York Times, or watch some CNN, or just Twitter, whatever, and he knows what we're doing. He knows how many attackers Ukrainians got, or why didn't they get them, how far are they able to shoot, why shouldn't they be shooting. The first time that he got a question was when President Macron went out and said that if he crosses to Odessa, he might find French troops there. I'm sure that Putin was in shock. Like, what? Why didn't I, got some memo about this a few weeks ago? What's happening? That was the first time. And now Ukrainians take the things into their hands and create the strategic dilemma to him. So what we need is more fog, so that Putin wouldn't know. I'm happy that I didn't know. I'm happy that nobody knew about Kursk. I would want to know less, and I would want to see more of that.
Certainly, it was very different than the work calls every morning. Did the counteroffensive start yet last year? that began every day's work call. I think we actually have time for one more quick question. Please be brief. Otherwise, I will get in trouble. There's the question right here.
Thank you. Sergei Sidorenko from Ukraine. I just came from there, as well as Katarina and Maria. I have a question for non-Ukrainian participants, I guess, and probably not for Katarina, because for Ambassador it will be difficult to answer. We see that in all discussions, Crimea and Donbass, their immediate return to under Ukrainian control is avoided. And we feel that it can be left by the US and by some strong European countries as possible like trade issue. Why don't we need a clarity here? And what could we change to make the US, all EU states to say, well, just peace means that Ukraine controls it. What can be changed for that? Thank you.
You each have half a minute to sum it up, please.
My answer is very simple, because when we are discussing about the international law, it's practically restoring the territorial integrity, sovereignty of Ukraine. This is very clear, and this was the common understanding and the result of our first summit in Switzerland. Because what we are talking about, if we are starting discussing about taking peace of different territories, what kind of peace is this? So our starting point, as I said, it's the legitimate expectation of Ukraine, and expectation of Ukraine and Ukrainians are to restore the territorial integrity. And this is our responsibility, because we are, as Katarina said, we are a critical and it's really important to stay together, because it's also our responsibility, not only as neighbors, as Europeans. It's also about us.
Final remarks.
I fully agree with Luminita. Couldn't have said better.
Great. Well, then our time is exactly up. I would like to thank everyone for coming. There are refreshments in the foyer. The next session starts in 15 minutes. We'll be talking about restarting Europe's economy. So please do get some coffee and come back. Thank you to the panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Maria Tadeo.
Well, thank you very much for joining us in this session. And now I would like to bring in our panelists. We're joined by Josef Síkela. He is the Trade and Industry Minister of the Czech Republic. We're also joined by Martin Kocher. He is Austria's Economy Minister. Enrico Letta, who's a former Italian Prime Minister and also the President of the Jacques Delors Institute. Lucy C. Cronin, she is EU Vice President for Public Policy at Amazon. And of course, Monsieur Le Rémont, who is the Chair and CEO of EDF. Thank you very much. And on that note, and considering also that it is Prague that is hosting this wonderful conference, which every year manages to bring in a fresh perspective, I would like to start with you, Minister Síkela. If you allow me, I will tell an anecdote about you, because this is I think, says a lot about you. 2 years ago, I think everyone here remembers the energy crisis. And at the time, it was a Czech rotating presidency. It was a very difficult time. And you were handling a very difficult file, which was the energy market reform, the price gap. And you came up with a sentence that repeated, I will call as many meetings as necessary so we get a deal. And there were many meetings also running late in Brussels. So the question to you now is, what's necessary to restart this economy to make it competitive at a time in which obviously there's a lot of geopolitical confrontation?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this panel with the usual suspects from the energy crisis. And let me a little bit look back, because this winter marks 5 years, the time is running extremely fast, since the world fully became aware of the COVID-19, a disease that quickly escalated into a global pandemic. And since then, Europe has to face 2 or even 3 complex crises that tested the capacity for action, unity, and our ability to respond effectively and efficiently to these challenges. And let me start with the breakdown of supply chains, a shortage of the chips, which have become an increasingly essential foundation for today's economy. And let me remind that the automotive sector alone, that the production in that time fell by approximately a quarter. And recognizing the vulnerability of this area, and with the support of Czech presidency, we approved the European Chip Act. Its goal is to double Europe's share of semiconductor production, thereby strengthening our self-sufficiency in the critical area and economically leveraging the development. And last week, President Ursula von der Leyen announced the overall results, revealing that the CHIP Act has attracted a total of 115 billion euros in investment in less than 2 years. This investment had brought crucial projects like the TSMC factory in Saxony and the development of comprehensive chip production ecosystem of onsemi here in Czech Republic. And another crisis sparked by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Russia's strategy with exploited Europe's dependency of energy resources, exposing the continent to a serious threat of gas shortage, driving energy prices in Europe to the sky, to previously unimaginable heights. So Europe managed to respond effectively instead of, and you remember, freezing through the winter as Russian propaganda and some of also local propaganda predicted. We achieved the highest gas storage levels ever. Then we rapidly secured gas infrastructure in the form of LNG, and I am extremely proud to be a part of the story that Czech Republic has become probably the first landlocked country with our own LNG capacity, covering meanwhile around 40% of the Czech economy and household needs. So our strategy have also contributed to unprecedented growth of renewable resources. Just in Czech Republic, the number of photovoltaic plants quadrupled since 2022. And as we heard today, on the European level, renewables have become the largest producer of electricity overall. But, of course, the crucial point for the future is the electrification of the European economy. So basically, these are the measures, and I have started with the question if we responded effectively and efficiently, and I pretty believe that the answer is yes. And the spirit of the unity, of the collaboration, rather than competition, because our rivals are in a certain sense much faster and much more assertive, is, I think, the key simply to let the business grow, to create a value, and through the value creation to help to increase the wealth for the European population. So.
Well, Minister, thank you for the overview. And I will ask the same question to Minister Kocher. Obviously, there has been almost this idea that the worst did not manifest, but the fact that the worst is over doesn't mean that the future is as strong or potentially as competitive as it could be, and that's the big question now. So how do you see that in the future? I guess the key would be the implementation. How do you see that taking hold?
Thanks a lot for having me. First of all, it's always a pleasure to be at the GLOBSEC event and in such an interesting panel. I'm not so much worried, and your question actually implies that to a certain extent about restarting the economy. Mm-hmm. I mean, we have business cycles, and the nature of business cycles is that after some time there's a restart. What is important is that this restart is a strong one. We need strong, sustainable growth. We need competitiveness, and I think there's a lot of things that we need to achieve that for the European Union. First of all, there's awareness, and I think that's important. And I think we have much more awareness for competitiveness as a top priority in the next 5 years of the Commission and in many other national countries of the European Union than we had 2 or 3 years ago. I think people understand. Of course, lots of people have contributed, and Letta is traveling like crazy, actually, to make sure that everybody understands how important it is to focus on competitiveness. And I think we know quite well what we need. I would sometimes call the European Union as the champs of the European or the world champs of the analysis. We have to make sure that we are acting soon on those issues where we lost competitiveness. And that's partly in the prices. That's energy prices. We need more reforms. There were a lot of reforms, but more reforms to make sure that energy comes at a price that is competitive to companies. That needs also a lot of infrastructure investments throughout the European Union that are quite expensive, but will actually make us more competitive in the long run. We must make sure, in my opinion, to reduce the cost for companies in terms of regulation. That's a very important aspect. And the third important aspect that is at the moment actually limiting many companies is the availability of experienced and skilled labor. So we have to make sure that we have enough young people, enough qualified employees. That's a huge task, usually on the national level, but together with those tasks that the international, the European level has, in terms of making us more competitive, I think it is pretty clear what we have to do. The point is now that we have to get acting.
And you made a very good point that now will connect me to Mr. Letta, because you said at times the EU is very good at making the analysis, but is that switch into turning that into actual policy that can become either very difficult or very long in time?
Absolutely, that's the case. And you need, of course, public support. It is the more important that people try to convince the public of the competitiveness as one of the key elements of a policy in the next couple of years.
Well, thank you for that. Mr. Letta, you have, well, if you allow me the expression, traveled like crazy over the past few months. You presented a report on the single market, and there was a line that you said it's now much more than a market. It has to be more than that. It's interesting that you also hear the president of the Commission now, confirmed for a second term, use some of the lines in that report. The minister also said that there has been a dialogue. Do you believe your interlocutors and other countries and public officials are listening to your message? Do they get it?
I think so. I'm very happy that Ursula von der Leyen decided to have in her speech at the European Parliament and the support of the European Parliament. And on the speech, there are some of the most important parts of the report that are there. And today, we listened here, Ursula von der Leyen clearly saying that security and competitiveness are one single word, jointly. And I think it is the reason why what both Joseph and Martin said is totally right. And I would like to say very clearly that we have to stop crying and we have to act. And to act, we have to act trying and finding from inside the assets, because we have full of assets inside. I say that for a very simple reason. The core of my report is saying clearly that half of the economic system is not integrated in Europe, because the member states, 40 years ago, when Jacques Delors created the single market, told Jacques Delors, yes, but. They told, yes, but financial services is a national strategic dimension, so no integration. And so we have today 27 financial markets. Who is happy because we have 27 financial markets? Wall Street. Yes, but telecom. Telecom is a national strategic dimension. Who is happy today because we have 27 market systems, Chinese, Americans. Yes, but energy. 40 years ago, they told Delors, energy is a national strategic dimension. And the consequence is that we are not strong enough on energy. So having this idea of the national strategic dimension as the main flagship on these sectors is making happy Americans, Chinese, and our competitors. So this is why my big topic is to say it is not an ideological discussion among those who are in favor of the European flag and those who are in favor of the national flag. Because in Europe we are always struggling about this discussion. Pro-Europeans against pro-national and pro-national against pro-European. No, it's a problem of growth, jobs creation, and only if we are able to have, and I propose 3 roadmaps on how in the next 3 years integrate these 3 systems. If we are not able to do so, we can just manage our decline as Europeans. If you are able to relaunch the European integration on these 3 main subjects, we are able to have a new narrative. And I end up by saying one point. This is exactly what von der Leyen said today. It is very important. We strongly need the passion and the new narrative coming from Central European countries. And the message coming from Prague today is a very strong message, because in our old European countries we are experiencing a little bit of fatigue. So we need youth, we need passion, we need new narrative, and this passion can come from here.
So very briefly, you do believe that Central and Eastern Europe, perhaps in this new cycle, could be a major engine for growth?
Yes.
Do you believe that story is going to materialize?
I can tell you that it was one of the outcomes of my journey around Europe. I visited 65 cities. I was in Prague twice. I was in Austria 3 times. I met more than 400 meetings. I had the feeling that here there's a dynamic, there's momentum, there's a will to consider that, maybe also for a very simple reason. You know that there are two groups of countries in Europe. The small countries and countries they don't know they are still small. And the key point is that here, you know that you are not big enough to stay alone. And you need, and you know that it's absolutely necessary to stay together. And I would like this message, all the European countries can understand that today it is no more time, there's no more room for cavalier seul, cavalieri solitari, for people going alone. No, it's time to stay together. It's the only way to avoid the decline. It's the only way to have a new narrative and to be competitive with the Americans and the Chinese.
Well, thank you for that. And now a question perhaps on the corporate side for you, Lucy. There's, of course, a vision that a company like Amazon can bring into this debate, although it's not a secret that you are ultimately a US company, but you operate in Europe on a huge scale. I wonder, when you hear the messaging and potentially the policy that may be implemented, as a big corporate player, do you like what you hear? And is there a sort of gap between what you see on paper and what you see on the daily realities of running a business?
There's about 3 questions in there, but I'll do my best. Look, the debate around the boost or reboost of the European economy is one that's very important to a company like Amazon. When you have 150,000 employees in a region, when you have invested 150 billion in that region, when you are working with 125,000 EU-based SMEs, any policy development or any discussions that relate to the European economy are, of course, extremely important to a company like Amazon. When we look at the boosting of the European economy, you know, the very unique selling point for a company like Amazon vis-a-vis this region is, of course, the single market. We have been in Europe for 25 years now, maybe 26, and it has been through the harnessing of the single market that we have been able to really invest in the European economy. And you know, we would like to think that through the introduction of cloud technology, you know, very, very high-tech logistics networks, jobs, skills, etc., that we ourselves have a part to play in the rebooting and the competitiveness of the European Union. But there's no doubt that Dr. Letta was right when his very aptly named report, More Than Just a Market. That's absolutely right. The single market is, to me, the absolute fundamental economic driver of the European Union, sitting where we're sitting as a company. And you know, it is most certainly very encouraging to see President von der Leyen refer to that over the summer, about the importance of the single market and what's needed to be done. But because we work with so many of these European SMEs, I guess we have a little bit of a bird's eye view of what frustrates these SMEs when they're sitting in one member state and they want to do business in another member state. And these are not mountains, these are hills, these are, you know, technical things that could be fixed by the European Union. I'm talking about simplification of VAT rules. I'm talking about simplification of labeling requirements on products. I'm talking about harmonization of producer responsibility schemes. Everything that costs time or money to a European SME to move from one country to another country impacts the competitiveness of the European Union. So anything that policymakers can do to make their lives easier and make their ability to harness that single market is really important. The final thing I would say is when we as sort of a corporate entity in Europe, albeit a very big investor in Europe, look at the policy conversation in the European Union, there is no doubt that if the European Union achieves the digital decade goals that it set itself by 2030, that will add trillions to the European economy. Now, in order to do that, European policymakers need to be very thoughtful and very mindful about how they harness AI technology and other innovative technologies, and that they allow for the space for those technologies so that those technologies can in turn assist in the boosting of the economy and competitiveness. And finally, I would say, as a very large investor in the European Union, you know, we feel very strongly that the investment environment in the European Union needs to remain open. There are many, many small European companies that we have invested in over the years. Iwona in Poland, now producing Alexa, which is a technology that's exported globally. It's really important that those wishing to invest in the European economy are permitted and allowed and encouraged to invest in the European economy.
And just very briefly, if I understand everything correctly, that you say you argue in some areas there's too much regulation, in other ones you could really do with cutting red tape. But also, I wonder, as a U.S. company, de facto and by name and origin too, you're not bothered by the idea perhaps of a more stronger European Union that may say, I'd like to have my own Amazon, for example. Is that something that you think about?
I think as long as you have a European Union that is open and fair and provides a level playing field for all economic actors that are looking to invest in Europe, then that's fine.
On that note, now let's get to Monsieur Rémont. Obviously, the final piece of the puzzle here has to do with energy security, and I think, like Minister Síkela said, and he saw this firsthand, it came with a huge cost ultimately for the European economy. How do you see it adding now value in the next few years? But also, Mr. Kocher also said something very interesting. The price of energy is still very expensive for a lot of companies. So how do you solve that gap?
Well, first, I think the crisis, as Minister Síkela said, has been revealing our dependencies on energy. I think we started to forget that most of our energy relies on imported sources, which are essentially carbon fossil molecules coming either through fuel or through gas. And this is something that was in our day-to-day usage, but we started to forget about it. So the crisis has been revealing this. Now, looking ahead, we need to continue to look at our dependencies and compare with the other large markets. If we want a single market, we need to define what we want for the market. And if you look at the other large markets, let's take the US and China. US is relying primarily on self-originated oil and gas with no carbon price, to limited carbon price. We are in the EU relying on electricity and oil and gas, not self-originated, imported. And China is relying still at this stage primarily on imported oil and a lot of coal, even though they are doing an impressive shift to low carbon in electricity, thanks to nuclear and renewables. So these are different level playing fields in these three big markets. On our market, we need to define what we want. Do we want to get out of the carbon fossils? I think this is the majority of Europe has voted for that. We say yes. Then what are the level playing field agreements that we have with the other markets so that the carbon price that we have is reflected in the fair trade that we have with these markets? That's a very important point, and I think we still have to work on that so that we make a level playing field with the other big geographies. That's part of the fair trade agreement that we need. And then on our electricity market, which is my part of the business, clearly we need to come to a common vision on what electricity should be. So Minister Síkela worked a lot, as you said, rightly so, with his counterparts to come to a common agreement on how the market rules should work, which is a very strong achievement that has been made last year. Now, we need also to have a common strategy on electricity. And do we want an electricity market that leads to an electricity that is fully renewable and leads the users of electricity to be forced to work when there is sun or wind? Not sure this is reliable. Do we want to aim at an electricity balance that enables the full electrification, the higher electrification of the energy? Today, electricity represents barely 25 to 30% of the energy mix. If we want more electricity that is self-generated, on which we are more reliant, then we need to have 24/7. 24/7 low carbon means that we need to have a mix where there is renewables for a big share, but also dispatchable power generation, and that means nuclear and other sources that are dispatchable, such as hydro and others. we need to come to a common vision on that. And I think we are making progress in that direction, but there's still discussions to be held.
And just very briefly, obviously you're representing, you're the face of EDF, and you have skin in this game. And of course, you have a...
More than a skin, quite a bone as well.
So this is, taking that into account, what would you say is the energy mix of the future? I'm talking about now value for money, but also energy security. If you were just to quantify it very briefly, what would it look like? What do you think it's going to look like?
Well, the main element is how far do we electrify? That's where we should make a huge effort. Because electricity is generated by ourselves. And we can do that in a self-reliant manner. We don't need to import most of the electricity generation capacity, provided that we target a low-carbon electricity. By doing this, we increase our security and we increase our self-reliance. That's the biggest strategic element on which we should work. And I think there is more and more alignment on this, in this direction. Then everyone can choose in the market whether they want this or that. The question is, what do we reach as a comprehensive balance on the European market so that overall we have a balanced market with generation, transmission, distribution capacities? Because electricity needs to be balanced every minute. And you need to generate every minute all the electricity that is expected by European consumers, whether they are households or industries. And this needs more and more dispatchable, commandable capacities to make sure that we are self-reliant 24/7. That's where we need to come strategically to a vision that would probably take us to the 2030s.
Cool. And on that note, just a reminder, there will be questions from the audience. I would just do a final quick second round, and then we'll put the questions to the audience. Minister, of course, everything that we've debated, in practical terms, will have to get done in a consensus manner and with unity. Otherwise, it's impossible to do anything in the EU. It is becoming more difficult. I think it is clear for everyone to see that that unity is politically at times challenging. Of course, I don't want to get into the Hungarian presidency, but you do know that out there's concern that perhaps you're going to see a number of months potentially lost. How much do you worry that this unity is being tested, and how much can it hinder everything that we've just debated?
Well, seeing some of the developments across the continent, we have to be worried. I was born in '67. So I was too young to remember the Russian invasion to the Czech Republic. We remembered recently, the night from 21st to 22nd August. But I'm old enough to remember all the evil which basically dictatorship and communism brought to this country and to this region. Therefore, basically, I'm still surprised that, and we all remember the Munich Agreement, yeah, which, and we can now look back if it helped, to prevent the war, the Second World War on the continent. So I'm slightly surprised that that there are simply voices or the tendency to forget extremely fast. Yeah? We can accept democratically elected governments, but we must not accept is that even the democratically elected governments are dismantling the democratic institutions in the countries.
And that's happening, would you say, in the EU as we speak? I'm not naming names if you don't want to, but...
I think that in some areas there are the tendencies in this direction. But what I want to say is that these 2 or 3 cumulated crises has shown that basically the unity, the collaboration, and the solidarity is basically the way how to solve the issues, the way how to tackle how to tackle the challenges, and maybe for the future even how to prevent the crisis. So we have to collaborate more because we see that more Europe is much better than less Europe. But doing this, we have to understand, and this is the holy rule, and this is from your climbing, no? And this is the holy rule in mountains, or if you take care of children, that if you want to keep the group together, you have to perfectly look especially on the weaker parts of the group. Otherwise, you will lose them on the way. So I think that basically to work closely together, to seek for the alignments, not for the compromises. This is a big difference between a compromise and alignment, which will be beneficial for all the countries together, to work more, to collaborate more with like-minded countries, with the Western democracies, with countries sharing the same values, is basically the way how to beat the crisis in the future, how to stop the war, and how basically to prevent the crisis in the future. And we should not forget the old saying that if two fights, the third one lost. You know? So this is basically what we have to accept. If we will not cooperate, if we will just compete, the winners will be different ones.
And on that note, Minister Kocher, this is a question, also one part of it coming from the audience, which combines both the economics but also the politics of it. It's a difficult question for a number of reasons, because when we talk about competitive and competition at times, there's this idea in Europe that it will require more public money and it will require more funding. Politically, that is a very toxic debate in the EU. There's another part of this which also means it will require more workers, and that means migration. Politically, we know what the mood looks like right now when it comes to migration in Europe. So then how do you deal with it?
Of course, I mean, I'm not saying that everything is easy, but I think there are solutions that can easily be described that can be supported by a large majority. First of all, when we talk about money, I think there's huge opportunities, and we are only scratching the surface of what we could do in terms of leveraging private investments by public money. So we don't need that much public money. The European approach very often is we need a large fund, public money, and then everything is solved.
You say that's not needed.
I mean, we have that for certain areas, and for certain areas it's necessary. But for the investments in a business project, in terms of sustainability, for instance, in the transition of our energy system, there will be benefits that will take some time to reap these benefits. But private investments are there. Lots of people would actually like to contribute to the transition, and they would invest if there is instruments. I'm pretty sure that the European Investment Bank and the European Commission can come up with very good ideas on leveraging private investments with limited public funds. And national countries do that as well, actually. So that's the first thing. I think we have a lot of chance here. There's much more attention to these investment opportunities nowadays than 5 years ago, and that makes me positive. The second thing you mentioned is migration. I think there it's more complicated, absolutely. We have to distinguish and convince a broad public of the necessities that come with demographic change. And they are there, and you can't change it anymore for the next 10 to 15 years. The workforces are shrinking in many European countries. So it's clear that either we invest a lot in improvements of labor productivity. Artificial intelligence was mentioned, and I think that's one of the aspects that we should actually take into account. But it will not be enough, and all the countries need migration, qualified migration, and I see a change in the public perception. Countries that have been quite concerned or quite restrictive, they change because you see it not only for economic purposes, for private companies, you see it also in the public sectors, in the healthcare sector, in elderly care, in other aspects that is typically publicly organized in many countries, and where you have a need for qualified migration. Otherwise, those services cannot not be provided. And I'm sure this will be convincing in the end.
And thank you for that. Mr. Letta, I wonder, just very briefly before we go to the audience, we've talked about the implementation of these policies, we've talked about the challenges. Just very briefly, there's always the counter, the push to it, which suggests it is ultimately going to be a power grab, basically, by Brussels. Brussels will get more power. how's the right balance with some of the national capitals? And that's always a tension. Do you believe this time it will be different?
I give you an example of what I think can be the solution of this conundrum, is the idea of the 28th virtual state. That is, in my view, one way to solve one of the most important problems. That is the problem of complexity. We have 27 business laws, 27 fiscal systems, 24 languages. Europe is a mess. For someone coming from abroad and thinking, I want to invest to Europe, and for some countries you have to add the regional differences. So the idea I put in the report is the idea to create a 28th virtual state that is not the, how we say, it is not pushing to cancel the differences. So it is not a question to cancel the national business law. It is clear that it is impossible. The point is to add one optional European system, a sort of Delaware 28th business law, to make a comparison with the US. With the idea that you are an SME, you discuss on how to take more simplification. We have one single business law for this 28th virtual state. You choose this one, and through this one, you have a passport to going all over Europe and applying this virtual 28th virtual state everywhere. So it's an optional system. The two are continuing working. So it is not the way from Brussels to kick against the member states. It's the way to give options. A big company can choose this 28th virtual state, is a way to avoid all the differences, and an SME can be really helped by this idea. So it's an option, is the way to make more simplification. I can tell you then, when I presented this idea in the US, all the investors listening, they told me, finally, you understood that the main problem for us is the complexity of Europe. And the same for SMEs, and the same for the system of companies. So I think it is a good idea, sharp, I would say, is the way not to be in a contraposition, is not a conflict, is an option, but I'm sure this option can win.
Well, on that note, let's now turn to the audience. The time is quite short, so if we could keep the questions short, that would be great. Gentleman over there, if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Vladimir Dlouhy. I'm president of Eurochamber, the European Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I would like to second very much what Mrs. Cronin and now Enrico Letta mentioned. This is, you know, for the SMEs, it's really those 27 different systems. It's a kind of a jungle, preventing basically all cross-border or most of the cross-border economic activities. And we have made a huge report over 40 countries in Europe, because we have not only EU members but associated, etc. And this was exactly one of the biggest complaints, what they would like to change. My question now, Enrico, to you, because obviously it's $1 million question. Is now time ripe for the next 5 years Commission and on the level of the national government indeed to change anything about it, or to create your 28th virtual state? Because the problem is that these are, compared to the big things like the energy security, nitty-gritty details. Will be national governments ready for that, and will be the Commission ready for that?
Okay, very shortly. Thank you so much, Mr. Letta. Short time bid.
Vladimir, I'm optimistic also because in the speech of Ursula von der Leyen in the European Parliament, she mentioned this idea of the 28th virtual state. And you know very well that the European way to work, if this idea is in this formal speech, and the Parliament voted supporting von der Leyen and the program that she presented, now it's time to implement it. I think this idea can be the right compromise in this battle between the European flag and the national flags. Europe can be only winning if the two are coexisting. So I think this idea can be the one. I am very happy because von der Leyen put it in the program, and I think it is fundamental so for another thing, because these topics are also the rest of the sectors I mentioned are essential for security. I would like to underline this point, and I end up here. Security is not just weapons. Security is energy independence, as Joseph said. Security is the possibility to have on telecom a strong European connectivity. We are not secure enough on that. Europe was the center of the tech revolution in the 80s and the 90s. Today we are lagging behind China and the US on that too. And the same is for the financial services. We are lagging behind. Everything is Wall Street. Everything is American. I want to say that all the transactions that we have in Europe are all, as consumers, as tourists, are all transactions made with American platforms. I think we all know what does it mean. And it is the demonstration that we are too weak. We are a colony. And we are bigger than the US. In terms of gold medals at the Olympics, we were better than the US altogether.
But some say there was a bit of a trick in the math, but let's not open that debate. Sir, of course, if we could just very short questions so we have time to take all of them. Thanks.
Absolutely. Won't be a long statement. So, Koray Koseh, Everstream AI, I'm Chief Industry Officer, and I wonder about economy a lot. So economy and energy go hand in hand. Austria depends 95% on Russian gas right now on its consumption. Electrification requires a lot of materials that are in control of China and Russia. Think about the nuclear power plants in France running on uranium from Mali. So when we think about that, a mine takes 29 years from idea to done. So what's the solution with, with this situation from your perspective? Thank you.
And your question is addressed to, I presume, Mr. Kocher, and then if you want very briefly to Mr. Síkela too, but very briefly.
I'll probably briefly, I'll just correct the 95%. It's not 95%. The average over the year is around 50, 60%. It's too much, but there's a clear plan to be independent of Russian gas until 2027, actually. So this is in the near future. And of course, there is enormous diversification efforts taking place at the moment to make sure that this is going to happen. But you're right, absolutely. In other areas, we also are, of course, dependent. I think partnerships, strategic partnerships, worldwide partnerships will be important, will be essential actually to reach our targets.
And if I understood your question correctly, you're also saying, and this is a question for you, Minister, that by trying to separate some dependencies, you maybe create new ones that are also bad.
Diversification and the work with the reliable partner is the way. This is the basic principle of the risk management. As a former banker, I can say. Yeah? Dependency is wrong, diversification is right. As of the first day of the war, the Czech Republic dependency on Russian fuels was ultimate one. 99% gas, 100% nuclear fuel, and more than 50% crude oil. Within less than 1 year, we turned down the dependency, not the supplies, the dependency, because there are no sanctions for the Russian gas currently, to zero. Because in the period last year, there were like 7 months where basically the inflow from the east when it comes to, so it is solvable. This is the first thing. When it comes to raw materials, yes, I fully agree with you, an extremely difficult question. We were talking about the weaponizing of energy, and we have to be aware that what is happening now, like Russian activities, for example, in Africa, is about weaponizing the strategic raw materials for the future. And this is something what we have to avoid. But the way is not a protectionism. Yeah? Simply, we need to have a certain technological advantage. On the other side, we have to ensure the access to the strategic raw materials. And this is about a free trade. This is not about a relationship like a buyer and seller, but this is also about sharing with these countries the benefits, the like education, to access to the new technologies. So the solution in my eyes is to make the hot fixes, like in the so to ensure the strategic infrastructure. There is simply the way how to, through the reverse flow, basically turn the initially built infrastructure from east to west in a positive way. And when it comes to strategic raw materials, we simply have to work more with more countries closer, but we have to be faster. Yeah? Simply 30 years for like negotiations, the Mercosur, it's slightly too long. Yeah?
And there's one final question, but if I may say a very brief remark, sir, you get very excited talking about energy. I think a lot of people believe the next energy commissioner should have that excitement, should be that passionate about the portfolio. What do you think? Mr. Síkela, for you. Yes, the next...
You have to ask the next energy commissioner. I see on the panel a question, what will be my first step, or
yes.
If I get an economic portfolio. So there are some conditions precedent. So I don't know what will be my first step, because I don't know which portfolio I should be responsible for.
But you're not energetic about one specifically.
We were talking a lot about single market.
Yes.
The single market is the biggest asset of European Union. And we have to deepen the single market. Also when it comes to energy, financial services, and other areas. And we were talking about the electrification, because we will need much more electricity in the future. Yeah, you were talking, Luc was mentioning 25–28%. We still burn a lot of molecules. We have to replace the molecules by hydrogen molecules where necessary, or by electricity, because we need for the e-mobility, we need to replace the high furnaces by electric arc ones in order to keep the like a green industry, for example, the green steel production also in Europe. And for this we need the electrification, we need a power generation, but what we need also is the interconnectivity. We simply have to ensure that all the cheap produced electricity will be able to reach basically the places where the electricity, where is the lack of electricity. And this is the big step ahead of us, because we have to either go by like an island approach, simply to ensure the country by country energy security. It helps, but what is much cheaper is simply to have like a cross-border approach, and to use for all the possible solution also a cross-border cooperations.
And you seem to be ready for the parliamentary audition that Harold's coming in the next few weeks. Sir, just a final question, very briefly, and then you address to who you want this question answered by.
Hüseyin Bağcı from Ankara, Ankara Global Advisory Group. Very simple question. Migration. Do you talk about legal migration or illegal migration? How do you cope with this illegal migration? Coming from a country where we have the most important population of illegal migrants, how do you solve this problem, including Turkey? Do you have a new agreement? What do you think about it?
Who wants to take this question?
No experts on illegal migration, I think, on this panel.
No,
very briefly, I think I talked about legal migration, of course. But it's clear that it has to be a priority as well of the European Commission in the next years to advance all the plans that we have on making sure that the borders are protected well. It is, I think, an essential target for the European Union to make sure that there's control over the borders. We can talk about all the rules associated to how to enter the countries. I think there's lots of aspects that matter here, economic aspects, other aspects, but keeping the borders controlled is important.
As you'd expect a public officer also to say, that's what makes this also so difficult, this debate. Of course, you can't agree to no. Mr. Letta, just very briefly on this topic of migration, but how do you deal with a cold head?
Very, very briefly, by saying that migration is not an external problem. It's also an internal problem. Because we, until now, we underestimated the impact of the internal mobility of the European Union. That is a good asset, is very positive, but it is positive only if it is not, as it is today, one-way ticket. And today it is one-way ticket, from east to west and from south to north. And it is, if it is one-way ticket, at the end of the day, it doesn't work. So my big suggestion also in the report to the next Commission, Joseph, is also the future cohesion funds and the future cohesion policy has to consider that the problem of peripheric regions is absolutely central in Europe. Otherwise, the spoliation in terms of population of these regions is creating problems to them and also problems to the regions where you are more attractive, and it is creating a social problem that is becoming also an economic problem. I underline this point because migration is not just an external problem, it's also an internal topic.
Within the Union. Well, on that note, thank you so much. Thank you for all your questions. Of course, thank you to the Czech authorities for hosting this GLOBSEC edition in Prague. It's been a pleasure, and we'll look forward to seeing you next edition. But before, there are refreshments, and there will be a coffee break, and then we'll be back in this room. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Martin Tengler.
Hello, everyone. We've got a really, really exciting debate for you now about energy security, the role of nuclear, and the role of renewables in achieving energy security. My name is Martin Tengler. I lead hydrogen research at Bloomberg NEF, and I will be your moderator. We have 4 brilliant panelists with us today. Mr. Tomáš Pleskač, member of the board of New Energy Division at ČEZ Group. Please welcome Mr. Tomáš Pleskač. Luca Fries, director at think tank Europa. Glenn Schmidt, vice president of government affairs at BMW. And Albéric Mongrenier, executive director, European Initiative for Energy Security. Before we begin the debate, I was asked to ask everyone to ask questions. This will be an interactive debate, and I will give the opportunity to ask questions. There are 2 ways you can do that, either through the app. Remember, this is the Havel stage. Or you can also just raise your hand, and we'll get a mic towards you. Please, no long speeches. I will have to cut you off. We need questions rather than speeches. Now, let's begin with the debate. And let's start with nuclear. And let's start with you, Tomáš, as the representative of the biggest energy company here in the Czech Republic. So in its quest to decarbonize and to achieve energy security, the Czech government, together with ČEZ, have decided to build 4 new nuclear reactors here in the Czech Republic. Can you explain why that has been the decision, particularly as it relates to energy security and as it relates to competition with renewables?
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. This is short but very broad question. You know that we are the only Czech operator of nuclear sources, nuclear units. And when we started to think about new units, which started in the first decade of the century, at that time we expected that the first 4 units in Dukovany will be decommissioned after 50 years of lifetime of these 4 units. Then it changed a little bit, but the first tender for new units has been cancelled in 2014, and we almost immediately started to work on a new project. And because of a little bit higher expectation regarding lifetime of units in Dukovany, we started to think about this site. And the main conclusion from the first unit, which was cancelled, was that without state support and state aid, it's not possible to build no nuclear unit in the Czech Republic. So the reason of that, or as a reason or result of that, is that we concluded with the Czech state on the so-called first implementation agreement. And according to this implementation agreement, which describes a way of cooperation between ČEZ, our daughter company, Dukovany II, and Czech state, we continued in preparation of 2 units for Dukovany and 2 large units for Temelín site.
So what you're saying, just to translate it for everyone in the room, is without a government backing, government guarantee, you would not have been able to build those nuclear blocks.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Mm. And why is that? Because they're too expensive, or?
It's not because of it's too expensive. Because we are running the tender. I am pretty convinced that we achieved the best achievable conditions for buying of new nuclear units. But just imagine that 2 units for us will be something like $500 million Czech crowns, which is in euros.
$500 billion Czech crowns.
Trillion, so
yes.
Sorry, you are right, trillion Czech crowns. So it's in euros 20 billion of euros. And the only way, if you would add these additional loans to our balance sheet, we would go pretty fast to bankruptcy. So that's the way. That's the reason why we need a kind of state support.
So nuclear, very expensive. I definitely encourage the audience to ask questions about the cost of nuclear, because I will be asking a question about the cost of nuclear later. Now, let's move on to Luca. Luca, you're the former Minister of Climate and Energy for Denmark, and Denmark is one of the countries in Europe that has pretty much decarbonized its electricity system. 90% renewables, 50% of it, of course, is offshore wind. Now, Czech Republic cannot build offshore wind, unfortunately, but there's certainly things we could probably learn from the Danish experience. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Denmark also has no nuclear. So how did you get to 90% renewables, zero nuclear, pretty much decarbonized by now?
Well, thank you very much for having me. And my name actually means happiness. Lykke means happiness in Danish, so it's pretty easy to be happy. And as you said, I used to be Denmark's Minister for Climate and Energy and Gender Equality, actually. So I used to say that Electric Ladyland by Jimi Hendrix was my theme song. But to answer your question, I think what has been most important for Denmark and is part of the Danish secret is that we've had long-term planning. There's been no zigzagging in the Danish energy policy. Basically, since the first oil crisis hit in the mid-70s, you've seen Denmark in complete consensus deciding in order to increase our energy independence, to become independent of fossil fuels, and then also, to have a decision that we should choose the green way.
So long-term planning, do you mean that you didn't have the same government throughout,
no.
Right?
In Denmark, governments keep on changing. I'm sure you all watch Borgen at a certain stage, so you know the Danish television series, how our governments keep on changing, also because we have minority governments. Yes, so you had all these governments, social democrats, conservatives, and so forth.
How did you do it?
Well, because there was also big public support all the way through, and particularly at the beginning when you had the crisis in the Middle East. Now you have the situation in Russia, which has also triggered a new argument. You could say that, well, Putin may unfortunately be able to create wars, but he cannot shut down our wind turbines. Nuclear, that goes back to 85, when we made a decision in the Danish parliament not to have nuclear. We used to live next to a nuclear plant in Sweden called Barsebäck that created lots of sort of also tension between Denmark and Sweden. But it's not as if we are completely religious about this. We do also use nuclear energy. And one can actually see in Denmark there's a bit of shift in the debate, particularly with the new sort of SMRs that could possibly be used in the Danish energy sector.
Okay, you should certainly talk to our politicians and teach them how to do long-term planning, it seems. That would be really useful here. So we've talked about nuclear being quite expensive, but that's what Czech Republic is going for. Long-term planning, achieving 90% penetration of renewables in Denmark. Now, energy security-wise, this is a security conference. Alberic, a question on you as an energy security expert. Now, if I was a person in the Kremlin and thinking, okay, so how do I sabotage these countries in Europe? Well, if I put 4 big nuclear reactors on the map, those are 4 big red targets that I can pretty much try to sabotage. It's really easy to pick, whereas if you have solar, wind, batteries all over the place, it might be harder to attack such a distributed network. I might be wrong about that, but Alberic, what's your take and your organization's take on distributed versus centralized?
Yeah, you could also argue that you could have smaller SMRs. So it's not. I don't think it's about a distinction between nuclear and renewables here. And I think there was another slightly more famous Frenchman sitting in that very same chair like 20 minutes ago. So I don't need to repeat what he said. But there's obviously a role for nuclear and a role for renewables in the future. You need both. I think that's pretty clear. Everybody understood that. As for centralized versus decentralized, I think yes. Decentralized also has a lot of positives. The thing is, I think we need to be also realistic. We've got, to this day, a pretty centralized energy system, and there are economies of scale that come with having a rather centralized system and larger power plants. Yes, you could, especially I think what you said primarily applies to the Ukraine example right now. What we see is that Russia is specifically targeting energy infrastructure
and there was an attack just a few days ago that was massive. So we're talking about rebuilding more decentralized, so it's less vulnerable. I think for Ukraine that's applicable because you actually need to rebuild things that have been completely razed. To change that completely in other countries is going to be more complicated, I think. So I think it's going to be a bit more central still in countries such as Czechia or Poland.
Yeah, it's really interesting that the gas prices back in 2021 started going up as French nuclear reactors were shutting down. Russia was tightening the gas spigots before it invaded. So it was a bit of an unfortunate coincidence that all these centralized units weren't working at the same time. But let's move on to Glenn, because Glenn, you're representing BMW. BMW is a user of energy. You use plenty of energy to make cars, and your suppliers also use plenty of energy to make the parts from which you make your cars. And you have committed to decarbonize this entire supply chain. Now, on your website, it says you ask your suppliers to use green energy. What do you mean by that? Is green renewable, or does that include nuclear? What kind of energy do you want to buy?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a very, very good question and a key question as well. I think, first of all, I think we need to sort of say BMW is fundamentally technology agnostic and fundamentally technology open. A lot of the discussion, especially in the political arena, is kind of black and white. Either you do this, either you do that. That is wrong and that is right. But if you look at the business world, if you look at industry and supply chains, the world is very intricate. It's very, very complicated. So you need to use every opportunity you have. And we are ramping up electric mobility, but staying technology agnostic at the same time. That means we're still producing efficient internal combustion engines. We have plug-ins in our portfolio. We are also thinking about hydrogen fuel cell as well. So we're using the entire suite. But the more you electrify your new vehicle fleet, the more you're actually pushing your emissions to the supply chain, right? Just because you have an electric vehicle doesn't mean that it's decarbonized, doesn't mean that it's completely sustainable. So you need to ask yourself the question, where is the energy coming from? And in order to really do the job holistically, you need to be working together with your suppliers. And we have now, up to this year, concluded 700 agreements with our suppliers to decarbonize. So these are contractual arrangements. If we procure components from you, you need to commit contractually to reduce CO2.
And do you care about how they do it?
And we want them to do it with renewable energy, which means there's a clear preference for wind and solar energy as well, and not nuclear. However, if a supplier is in a certain market where you have nuclear and you're able to reduce the CO2 in the grid because of nuclear, then of course that's advantageous as well, right? So you're still using that as an opportunity, but when we say renewable, we clearly mean green.
Okay, so interesting. Seems like the preference is for renewables, but if you must, so long as it's low carbon, you will still go for nuclear. Is that right?
That's right. A clear preference for renewable energy.
Okay.
That's correct.
Let's bring in the audience. I do have a couple questions here. We'll go back to my questions as well, because I certainly want to talk about costs, among other things. But I have already kind of asked you this question, Luca, but we do have a question here saying, regarding the success story of Denmark, can it be reproduced in other, especially inland countries, like I was saying? What can we do? How can we do this planning, for example, that you've mentioned, to create a societal consensus? That's another question we've got here. How did Denmark achieve such a consensus? So maybe we can tackle these two at the same time.
Yeah, well, I mean, to create a consensus obviously also depends upon your political system. I mean, in Denmark, we have a tradition, of then having various long-term agreements, not just on energy, but also on many other topics, such as defense. And that is something that may inspire you, but you can't just adapt sort of the Danish political thinking to other countries necessarily. But I think it has also been part of sort of almost a Danish identity, DNA, that we wanted to prove that it's possible sort of to go green, without accepting that you have to lower your growth. So what we've seen in Denmark is actually that we have reduced our energy consumption by 30% from 1990 to 2020, at the same time as we've had growth in our economy. That is something that convinces citizens that we've chosen the right path. And then after, I mean, we still have some subsidies, but I mean, after we've seen that the price has gone down on green energy, that is obviously also an argument. And thirdly, well, this creates jobs in Denmark. Let's face it. I mean, the clean tech area is one of the big sort of important sort of chunks of the Danish economic model. And when we talk about Denmark being green, I mean, obviously areas where we are not green at all. I mean, transport. I mean, just to mention one area, we're still struggling also in agriculture. Denmark is not a fairy tale. I mean, there is still something rotten in the state of Denmark. But I think
that's from Hamlet.
Yeah. But what is really important, and then I'll shut up, that's energy efficiency. That's definitely been part of the Danish story. I mean, the cheapest energy is the energy that we do not use. I know it's very banal to say, but that has been again a long-term strategy all the way from the 70s.
So it's not just building the renewables, but also not using as much energy.
Exactly. And that goes, I mean, our educational system, I mean, you start also learning about that when you're whatever in the 3rd grade. I mean, how important that is.
All right. Well, let's talk about the renewables as well in Czech Republic, Tomáš. So my wife is from Japan, and we like to travel to Austria and to Germany a lot. She likes the wine region in Austria. She likes the mountains in Germany. So we go up to the mountains in Czech Republic on the border of Czech and Germany, and she says, "Hey, is that Germany over there?" And I'm like, how do you know? Well, there's all the wind turbines over there, and there's nothing on your side. And I'm wondering, Tomáš, what is preventing the Czech Republic from building out as much renewable capacity as what Germany or Austria have?
I would say that there are 2 reasons. The first one is public support or state support for this kind of sources. And second problem of development of renewables in the Czech Republic is simple. It's a permitting process which is extremely long and could be prolonged by NGOs, etc., for almost endless process.
Sorry, so you said permitting is a problem, and then what was the first? It was
public support.
Public support. So there's a public consensus in the Czech Republic, which is quite different from Denmark. Is that
maybe
right?
It's a misunderstanding. I mean, state support like subsidies, preparation of conditions, how to build and how to operate renewables in our country.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the cost, what kind of cost analysis has the Czech government and ČEZ done when it decided, so we're going to build these 4 nuclear reactors? You know, I have some numbers here from my company, from Bloomberg NEF, and we looked at the cost of building new renewables in places like France, Germany, Denmark. The levelized cost is about 60 euros per megawatt hour these days for solar, for example, and not so different for wind either. Whereas for nuclear, depending on the country, not many are building them. The costs tend to overrun. We're talking about hundreds of dollars per megawatt hour. So what made us decide to spend this taxpayer money on nuclear as opposed to renewables, which theoretically could be cheaper? Sorry for going harsh on you.
No problem. I think that for a country like we are, is the only way for longer perspective to have some proper energy mix. And if you take into account our natural conditions, if you take into account that we should be decarbonized in pretty short perspective, the only way how to be independent is to build new nuclear units. What regards cost of construction, we are on the beginning. But we are now in stage that we went through tendering process, and what I can say here and now is that we can see that it's possible to build new nuclear units with double-digit future cost of production. Which means that the future price of electricity produced in our future new nuclear power plants should be definitely under 100 euros in current prices.
The cost of the nuclear plant. Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know of any nuclear plant that's been built recently that did not vastly run over budget, like Hinkley C in the UK and Finland, a couple other examples.
Yeah.
What's guaranteeing that that's not going to happen here?
Look, of course, there is no guarantee that you can avoid all risk connected with such a complex construction like new nuclear units. But we do our best to have the best achievable contract. That was the reason why we choose as preferred bidder Korean company, not company from France or from the USA. And now we are in negotiation process with KHNP, which is the name of Korean company. And we will see what will be the result of this final negotiation. But now we have in our current proposal, which is approved by Koreans during the tender, a lot of guarantees regarding time and regarding future cost of construction of new nuclear power plant.
Okay, well, let's hope those guarantees work out. We actually have a question here, third one in on the app. Is it possible to remain energy independent without nuclear energy, especially concerning increasing demand? I think it seems like we might have two slightly opposing views here, with you, Tomáš, saying in order to be independent in Czech Republic, we needed to build those nuclear plants, whereas Luke, it seems like Denmark is taking a completely renewable future, but it's true that demand for electricity as everything electrifies. Everybody's going to drive Teslas. I was in Denmark just last month. I saw all the Teslas already. It's coming here too.
There are also some bikes, I would say.
But so everything's electrifying. We've got AI demand coming up for electricity. All this electricity demand's coming, probably doubling maybe, or 50% up in the next 20 years in most of Europe. Is Denmark still going to be able to supply all of its electricity even when this demand goes up?
Yes, we are also, because we are part of a Nordic energy market. So if we have lack of energy due to the fluctuation of our wind energy, well, then we import it from Sweden, Norway, and so forth. So that is possible. However, I think one of the major challenges for Europe as such is that we get the interconnections going in Europe. I mean, you could say the grid will be really important, and you can see with the interconnectors, it's a huge challenge, even between Denmark and Germany. We've now been negotiating for years in order to get this hydrogen connection between Denmark and Germany. And there is a big discussion about who's going to finance this, who's going to pay. And this is a public good, obviously, to have a sort of interconnectors. And I can't see any other sort of solution, and this will have to be a European Union issue. And that was also one of the sort of conclusions in Enrico Letta's report. He was just sitting here, I presume, a couple of minutes ago, but he also said this is an area that we need to be able to tackle in order to get the price down on energy, but obviously also to increase Europe's energy security as such.
So the point of interconnection that you're bringing up, that's something we haven't talked about yet, and that could possibly be another option, of course, for inland countries, say, getting offshore wind from Denmark sent all the way over here, or the hydrogen made from the offshore wind may be sent over here and used for industrial purposes, for example. Now, Alberic, as an expert on energy security, what do you consider to be more energy secure? Is it to have this security on a nation-state level, where the Czech Republic, Denmark are independent of other countries if they have to? Or is it that we should have a European-wide network, or something like the Nord Pool in Denmark, for example? I think we've heard from panelists before us that there's this preference for connected Europe, but what do you think as an expert on energy security?
Yeah, allow me to take a step back here. So in today's world, energy security means a lot of different things compared to what it meant 20 years ago. And that's, number one, because of the energy transition and the appearance of lots of new forms of energy. And number two, the fact that we live in a world where some countries are waging energy warfare on us. So, I mean, it's obvious, Russia, number one, but you also have China now waging some form of industrial warfare, on technologies that you need to actually execute the transition. So when you look at that, what I'm thinking is we should stop arguing about nuclear or renewables, or we should just all work together at European level to improve interconnectivity, develop whatever. So these decisions have to be on technologies. These decisions have to be made based on science and economics. It's not about politics or ideology. At the end of the day, every European country has sovereignty in terms of the energy mix that they want to pursue, right? So whatever technology is going to meet the targets that we have for our climate and energy security objectives, if there's a market for it, if it makes sense economically, we go for it, right? And then what we need to be working on is a real European energy security and industrial strategy. So again, when you speak about energy, when you speak about security, a lot of the decision making is made and will remain at national level in the future. But obviously, we need greater European coordination. We've seen a lot of coordination during the energy crisis. I think we can continue making progress on this. It is very high on the agenda of the European Commission. It is also very high on the agenda of many countries, especially here in Central Europe, but also in the Nordics. So I really, from my perspective, these countries really feel the burn when it comes to, Russia's aggression of Ukraine, but also the energy burn. So we need to, pursue solutions that are going to make sense. And I believe that Central and Eastern European countries have a huge role to play in framing also a narrative that gathers popular support for this project at European level.
Okay, so interconnections are important. Economics should be the driver of decisions rather than politics, but there needs to be societal consensus as well. Is that kind of the gist of it?
Yeah, in short.
Let me ask one more question to make sure that Glenn also has an opportunity to speak, and I'll go back to the audience. If any one of you has a question, now is the time to start thinking about it and then raising your hand later. Glenn, a slightly different question, not necessarily related to nuclear or renewables, but it is related to independence and being able to produce things here in Europe versus producing them elsewhere. Now, many countries are imposing tariffs on EVs, on car parts, on chips, on anything you can think of these days. We're kind of going back in time in terms of tariffs. What is your take as a major manufacturer with factories in US, in China, in Europe? What should we be doing? Is it better to keep the manufacturing here, or is it better to still be importing from other places?
Right, okay. I'd like to answer that question, and then I'd also like to maybe add a few aspects to what you were talking about earlier. I think we're at a very fundamental crossroads right now in Europe in terms of the future direction, because you were referring to economic warfare, but I mean, we are seeing, I would at least call it hyper-competition. Warfare is a pretty extreme phrase, but we see hyper-competition between three economic regions, right? You have the United States, you have Europe, and then you also have China. Electric cars are in the midst of that, right? And that because of the fact that China has a clear long-term industrial policy, the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act, this is also industrial policy,
Absolutely.
Right? To promote investment, you all of a sudden have protectionism out there again, right? And a lot of the answers that you hear in Europe are actually protectionistic, right? So tariffs, I mean, do we need tariffs? Is this the right way for a modern, progressive Europe to be moving forward? Tariff is an instrument that you had in the medieval ages when Europe was very fragmented. Tariffs is something that you need to be protecting industries. The European automotive industry is a global leader, so we don't need tariffs to be protecting ourselves. And I think fundamentally it comes down to what do you understand under industrial policy? And I think there are some players that see industrial policy as let's be inward-looking, let's build tariffs, let's build walls. From our perspective, from a BMW Group perspective, and I think I can speak for the European automotive industry at large, being competitive is the right answer, right? If you want to have an answer to the Chinese, or if you want to have an answer to the US players, and that's not only automotive, you need to be competitive. And in order to be competitive, the factors for doing business in Europe need to be better, and one of the fundamental points is energy. We need an abundance of energy in Europe, it needs to get decarbonized, and it needs to be cheap. Yeah, thanks for putting that word in my mouth. Yeah, and that's what the Chinese are doing. You know, it's not the case that the Chinese don't have an abundance of renewables. They are working on renewables because they see it's a global competitive advantage to have renewable energies, just like the United States has an abundance of renewable energies as well. And that, coupled with an incentive scheme, attracts investment. So we need a stronger response from a European perspective. And I just wanted to add maybe a perspective to the points that you were making as well, because you made a bit of let's say, a strong statement for sovereignty of European member states. Actually, we have with Brussels and the EU Commission, don't have that anymore, right? You have Brussels making the decisions. If I take the example for the automotive industry, we have a CO2 fleet regulation that applies to 27 member states. So in order to reach our CO2 targets for the fleet, we need to be increasing our share of electric vehicles, which we are doing. But you have the obscure situation that an electric vehicle in Denmark, to take one example, in a Scandinavian state, is clean, right? The electric car is not asking where's the energy coming from. It's clean, but in some Central and Eastern European states, it's dirty, right? So I think we need to have more, let's say, cohesion. We need to have more coordination at that level. And my last example on that as well, in terms of consistency, the European Battery Directive is now proposing that you measure the CO2 footprint of batteries in the future, right? And the proposal is saying that if you build a battery in France, yeah, where you have a high share of nuclear energy, it's better than if you're building it somewhere else in Eastern Europe, where you have a higher share of coal, right? So this is not a level playing field as well. And I think that's important. European legislators need to be thinking about consistency. I think we're too much into silos, regulating this thing and this thing, but there's very little consistency. And if we don't add up the power that we have within the European Union, there's no way we can win this war or race against China and the United States.
So abundant energy is super, super important, and of course, as clean as possible. Now, I would add, just from my own experience, having done analysis on this topic and have my company having done analysis on this topic, even if you drive an EV in China, actually, people don't always know it, it is still cleaner than driving an internal combustion engine in China, even though Chinese grid has plenty of coal, because there's still not 100% coal. Energy efficiency is much higher with electricity, so it's still a bit better. But of course, the more renewables you have in the grid, or the more clean energy you have in the grid, the less carbon emissions you have. So now to the audience, is there anybody here who would like to ask a question? I see the gentleman there in the front, and if I may ask you, please just keep your question brief.
Okay, thank you very much for this panel. I'm Ignacio Fuentecobo. I come from Spain, from the Spanish Institute for Strategic Studies, and I have a question for the panelists regarding the renewables. My country is betting heavily on renewables as an alternative, as a way to decarbonize the nation. And one of the main problems is the storage of the renewables. And we have not got a good solution for this storage, because the idea is to use renewables when there is no wind or sun, and we have a lot of sun in Spain. My question to the panel is, whoever wants to answer it, do you think that it's better to trust on electric batteries or to go for the green hydrogen? What's your opinion?
Lieke, do you want to start?
Do you have to choose? I'm not sure you would have to choose. I mean, I think I'll go back to your point that we need all the energy we can get with regards to the energy mix. So I think that would be my answer. But again, if you would have the interconnections, then it's going to be far easier. I mean, because then you can transport energy across countries. If you have, I mean, surplus in Denmark, well, we can transport to Sweden. So that solves part of the problem, at least.
Maybe I can add one point to that as well, and that is, I think there's a common belief, and I tried to make this point earlier, that you always have to do either or, right? So it's better to do that as opposed to that, because we don't have the resources to do both. But that sounds like a simple narrative, but if you look at it more closely, it doesn't actually make sense. The example in my industry is battery electric vehicles, right? There was a common belief, it wasn't shared by BMW, that let's go 100% battery electric vehicles. But if you do that, then you need a 100% charging infrastructure. And there's no country in Europe capable of providing 100% charging solution. It's the predominant pathway. But if you think about hydrogen, adding hydrogen to that on top, then you have customers that don't have access to charging infrastructure so that they can go to a refueling station. You have less raw materials dependency because you have a smaller battery with a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. So I think bottom line, having diversity in your energy structure, having diversity in your drivetrain, having diversity in your grid, that gives you resilience. Let's take the German example, 55% dependence on Russian gas.
Exactly.
What happens, if that plug gets pulled or that pipeline gets burst, right? So diversity is actually cheaper, and diversity gives you resilience.
I would just briefly add to that, I mean, yes, we want both, but we obviously have quite some work ahead of us if we want them, because both green hydrogen and long-term battery storage are technologies that need more money, more R&D, etc. So I think again we should stop arguing about which one's the best. We should just get to work.
But I think it's going to be interesting to see what Ursula von der Leyen's new commission does on this particular issue. I mean, she had a very strong speech, I would say, also on this particular area. But, I mean, will we then, I mean, you mentioned a nuclear strategy. I mean, that would be one approach. You could also say, where's the European grid strategy? You mentioned that we have lots of silos. I think there is a major task for this commission to come forward with a more sort of long-term strategy, going back to where I started. Well, there you also need the finance, and that's going to be a big battle when the EU has to agree upon a new budget starting next year. Thank God on the Danish EU presidency.
I also have something to add about hydrogen, but before I do, Tomáš, anything to add to answer the question?
I think that almost everything was mentioned, so I think that proper approach which we use usually is to make some combination, some mix, so to combine both of these ways.
Mixed marriages.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I would just add on hydrogen, because that is my specialty. I'm the head of hydrogen research at Bloomberg NEF. Storing hydrogen and using it for electricity, you need to think about the energy efficiency of doing that. If you take a kilowatt hour of electricity, convert that to hydrogen, you lose 30% of it just on the production of the hydrogen. Then you need to store the hydrogen. You can't just let it evaporate into the air. And then you convert it back into electricity if that's what you want to do, if you want to use it as an electricity storage medium, and you lose another 50% in the fuel cell or in the turbine, maybe even more. So you end up with maybe 30% of the energy you started with, whereas with a battery, you end up maybe with 80, 90% of the energy you start with. So you need to have a really, really good reason why you'd want to use hydrogen, which is for long duration storage. So the seasons. You want to store up in the summer and use it in the winter when you don't have enough sun, for example. That's when using hydrogen might make more sense. For the daily fluctuations, the hourly, the seconds, that's where batteries are really, really good. Any more questions from audience? I do see a lady there in the second row.
Yeah, hi. I got a question. Everyone knows that last year European Commission proposed a 2030 plan to reduce CO2 emissions. And while some countries like Denmark and Sweden are, and same as Germany, are pretty progressive in that, countries like Czech Republic or Poland are not as successful. And obviously there are reasons like, for Spain, you have, for example, solar panels. You can just put them on your roof and you're already helping. But in Czech Republic or Poland, again, it's not that easy. And my question is pretty practical. How can you motivate just people, citizens of countries, not politicians, to actually help that problem just in such countries as where we are now?
So the question is, how can we motivate politicians to want to build civilians, people? So how can you achieve that societal consensus? That's the question we already had before. How can we get people to want to build more renewables? Look.
I mean, the price, I think that definitely is a good way to start. The climate argument, at least in the Nordic region, is still extremely important. I mean, we need to make sure that, well, there is still a planet. We don't have the famous planet B. So these are arguments that are extremely important, at least for Denmark and the Nordic region. And then, well, I mean, I must admit that obviously where we have challenges, that is that people generally don't like to look at a wind turbine, right? I mean, okay, I mean, some think they're beautiful, but I mean, you have tons of them. I mean, for instance, in Jutland, parts of Denmark, and that has created tension. So that's also why we've had the big decision to move the wind turbines, the wind energy to offshore. I mean, that creates other challenges, you could say. But you would never, never, never in Denmark have anybody who would like to live next to a nuclear plant. I mean, it's completely impossible. So that also shows you that there are just, I mean, difference almost in energy culture, I guess you could say. And you would immediately have a big debate about what do we do, I mean, the waste problem. So, but I mean, so I think there are very sort of clear differences. Whereas you said earlier that they were that you had that you were struggling with public support. I presume that was for renewables. So, yeah. So we have very, very different sort of views with regards to that.
We discussed that before panel. The support of nuclear in the Czech Republic is around 75%, which is great, and we are glad to have it in our country as a basic support for our future construction of the new power plant. But generally, I think that the question was how to motivate people for renewables, and I think that the only answer is money talks. So yeah, exactly. It must be useful for people from economical perspective.
Yeah, I agree. There was this huge boom in rooftop solar in Czech Republic during the beginning of the crisis. The electricity prices went through the roof, and suddenly the Czechs, who didn't like renewables until then, started buying solar like crazy. So I think there's something to be said about the money.
And you need to make a customer proposition. I think this is what politicians are always forgetting, right? They're always trapped in their world of pursuing one goal, let's ban something, and then we've done our job, right? But ultimately, it's a customer that needs to be, convinced at the end, right? So build attractive electric vehicles that are fun to drive. What we do from BMW, for example, is we're calculating the CO2 footprint of our vehicles so that make it tangible for customers. We have charge cards where you get renewable energy, right? If you're recharging your car, you know it's renewable energy, for example. And thanks for mentioning Tesla as an electric vehicle producer. BMW does it as well. In fact, we're the third largest.
Thought about that as well.
And you told me you built more EVs. You sold more EVs last month than Tesla did in Europe.
We sold more full electric vehicles, EVs, in Europe than Tesla last month as well. And we don't just build EVs. We also have plug-in hybrids, and we also have conventional vehicles as well. Yeah. And we're a sponsor of GLOBSEC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's also important, yeah. But I mean, just going back to your question, I mean, there is also energy efficiency where you can make it easy then for the public, I mean, with regards to, I mean, tax reductions or whatever. So this is also part of the Danish tradition where you could say that good old Kermit used to sing to Miss Piggy, it's not easy being green. So the strategy is to remove the little word not. It is easy being green.
Yeah, the good thing about costs of renewables is that they're coming down as we speak, right? So the solar cost for every doubling in the cumulative installed capacity of solar domodules, the cost has fallen by about 28%. For batteries, about 18%. For wind, about 12-15%. So the costs keep coming down. So as we progress in time, it's going to be easier and easier to persuade people to want to use renewables just because it is the cheaper option. But so Albert, you had something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, I agree with the cost argument. At the end of the day, if you want to, secure support, I mean, citizens want cheap energy, period, right? That's number one. Even if you want, eventually you reach your climate targets, yes, over the short term, you want cheap energy. But if you take a longer view, it's not just about cost, because then you come back to the question of, hyper competition, as you call it, or whatever we want to call this ongoing competition with China. The cost of solar PV and batteries, etc., is going down because of what China is doing at the moment. And what China is doing is their own pursuit of energy security, which is our energy insecurity, right? And that's our deindustrialization. And what happens, you deindustrialize, you lose jobs, you've got angry people on the street, and you get less and less support for the climate transition. So you need to make sure that you find the right balance, and probably you also need to rewrite the narrative to a large extent, because there are lots of people that sort of have had it with the climate narrative over the past 5 years. Energy security and climate objectives align in many cases, but there are some people within our populations, and we had elections in France recently, so I speak. But some people are just allergic to this argument, and you just need to sort of like reframe this narrative and explain that this is about independence, this is about sovereignty, this is about cheaper energy and the pursuit of like greater European or national sovereignty.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting point you're raising about China and imports of things from China, because one thing about energy independence, it feels like no matter what we decide to build, whether it's nuclear, we're getting the Koreans to build nuclear here in the Czech Republic. If it's solar, 80% or 90% of all solar modules that are built around the world are made in China. It didn't used to be that way. It used to be 80% Europe, US, Japan back in 2004. Then Germans started their feed-in tariff, and suddenly all the Chinese really scaled up their production. Now the costs are really, really low. Should we be building those solar manufacturing plants here to prevent China from having some kind of power over us, or should we let China keep building them because they're cheaper?
Is that specifically directed to me?
To you or anyone else?
I don't know about solar. I mean, we're a bit late, right, to save that industry in Europe, and I think everybody agrees on that. But I think we have to. What we need to do, I think, now, European level and at national level, is look at what energy technologies are going to be strategic for the future. China has done that very well for the past 20 years. Their battery dominance did not materialize overnight. Same on EVs, same on PVs. It's 20+ years of work, right? So we need to get to work. We need to identify these strategic industries that are going to be useful for energy security, but also broader security. So like some of the work that we do is also on dual-use technologies. A lot of the supply chain the battery and EV supply chain, if you go around the different components of electric vehicles, there are things that go into the making of these EVs that you actually need for the defense industry. I'm talking about permanent magnets, etc. So there's an argument to own these industries. You're never going to be able to compete with China at the same scale because we don't have the same political model, we don't have the same economic model. And no one, actually, it's not just Europe. The US can't compete. So that's why now you have these discussions going on at G7 level. How do you actually compete? Because, you might call it, you can call it hyper competition, you can call it, like warfare, what I say, which is a bit strong. But fact is, China's industrial policy is actually hurting other countries so much that everyone's coming up with tariffs, even though everyone agrees that tariffs are not the best solution. And what are they good for? Just to gain some time until we find a better solution. And this solution is to invest in our industry, to invest in energy security, so we've got cheaper energy, so you can actually compete, right?
The only problem is you have global value chains and you have interdependencies. And if you're imposing tariffs, then you have collateral damage, right? So you're not just, let's say, protecting Europe, you're creating damage everywhere else. And European players, like the European automotive industry, are global, right? So only about 11% of our sales are in Germany, 33% of our sales are in China, for example, or a quarter of our sales are in the Americas, right? Our largest single plant is in South Carolina. So we're a global player. So if you have tariffs, then it's bad for business. And if we end up going too far, then you basically have a wall. You have Fortress Europe, but then we can only tap into the potential of the European market, and we can't tap into the potential of international markets as well. So I think my bottom line would be we need to be competitive. Yeah, and we need to be faster and swifter. And if you take the Chinese EV example, what is the share of all Chinese manufacturers in Europe? It's around somewhere between 3% and 4%, including the ICE vehicles.
Okay.
The BMW share alone in China is 4%, right? So we're also competing in China.
So we have 1 minute to go, and I was going to ask each of you a yes or no question. I'm not going to do that because we're totally not going to do yes or no. Everybody's going to just keep on talking. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hands instead if you agree, and don't raise your hand if you disagree. So question 1, we need both nuclear and renewables in order to achieve energy security.
In Europe.
In Europe. Okay, 3 out of 4. Economics should decide whether we build nuclear or renewables, not politics. 2 out of 4, interesting. And the last one that I've got for you is investing in energy security is costly, but the alternative would be even costlier.
I'm such a yes man.
3 out of 4. So it seems like we don't have full consensus on any of these questions. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this session. We have a session coming up right now, so please don't leave the room with two of GLOBSEC's brightest, finest analysts, I was told, so it should be a really good one. Thank you so much, and thank you to our panelists.
And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
GLOBSEC Center for Democracy and Resilience, which focuses on countering any efforts that are trying to undermine democratic values, democratic processes, and the core democratic principles.
And those who have been at the GLOBSEC Forum already know that it has become a little tradition for us to come to the main stage and present the findings of our most popular and read report, GLOBSEC Trends.
So to make this more interesting, we have a short quiz for you. So if you could please take out your phones, those who have your phones with you, because we have prepared a quiz on Slido, and you can go either to the GLOBSEC app and select the Slido picture on there, and then the name of this stage, which is the Havel stage, and you will find the questions there, or you just scan this QR code.
And while you're doing that, let me tell you a bit about the GLOBSEC Trends. So it is a public opinion poll that we've been conducting since 2016 across Central and Eastern European countries. Every year, we focus on pressing issues in the CE region, but also in the transatlantic space.
And this year, we also tested the narratives that are used to undermine democratic values, processes, and the transatlantic unity, the narratives that are especially used prior to the elections, within the electoral campaigns.
All the questions are based on the GLOBSEC Trends, so if you read it, you have a bit of an advantage.
The questions we will be asking you aim to set the tone for the next session, Democracy in Europe post-2024. 2024 was often referred to as the super election year, strongly affected also by populism, anti-system far-right parties gaining more power, including in the elections to the European Parliament we've had here in Europe in June. And so, hopefully, some of you were already able to log in and scan the QR code on the Slido, because the first question we have for you is right on the screen.
The exact question we asked was, to what extent do you agree or disagree that the European Union dictates my country what to do without us having a power to influence it?
So, to give you a bit of a hint, or not, Bulgarians believe the most in this narrative of the EU dictate. I'm looking at my Bulgarian friends right there, I'm sorry for that. But who is on the opposite side of the spectrum? So who believed this narrative the least?
I hope that you managed to cast your vote, so let's have a look at the results of the poll.
Okay, so most of you believe that it was Estonia, but actually it was Hungary.
Yes, indeed. Despite of, or maybe because of the open criticism of the European Union by the Hungarian administration, and even intense smear campaigns against the European Union and its representatives, Hungarians believe the least in the idea of the Brussels dictate.
And looking at the chart, we see that the narrative of the EU dictate is backed by a majority in most countries across the region. The only, actually, outlier here is Hungary, where the majority does not agree with this statement. But let's go to the next question and look whether this applies to other areas, other manipulative narratives as well.
So the second question we have for you to answer is, how many people in Central Europe, on average, believe that migrants coming from outside of Europe threaten their own identity and values? We specifically asked these questions about the migrants coming from outside of Europe because we had actually a specific question on migrants coming from Ukraine.
Disinformation about migrants coming from countries from outside of Europe has been voiced in the election campaigns in numerous, if not all, CEE countries for years, despite the fact that actually most of them were never really that much affected by a migration wave outside of the immigrants coming from Ukraine. So let's see the results.
Yes, wow, correct. Yes, this time you voted correctly because the correct answer was 57%. So 6 out of 10 Central Eastern Europeans actually perceive these migrants as a threat.
And as you can see on the slide, only Latvia and especially Romania with 35% are outliers.
Yeah, I'm going to test your knowledge now because did you know that in Czechia back in 2019, a then 71-year-old pensioner was sent to prison for 4 years for a terrorist attack? This is because he believed all those disinformation about hundreds of thousands of migrants coming to Czechia on trains. What happened was that he wanted to stop them. He cut down trees on train that's a bit of a tongue twister. He cut down trees on train tracks. He managed to derail 2 trains. Luckily, nobody was hurt, but this is the real example of how disinformation have real-life consequences.
And we can see that people across the region really believe it still. So let's go to the third question.
And the question is, which CEE societies feel the most aware of far-right nationalism posing a threat to their own identity and values?
Yes, while the rise of the far-right parties has been observed in several European countries, how do Central and Eastern Europeans perceive the far-right? And which society is the most aware? Is it Czechia, Slovakia, Estonia, or Poland?
You know, Dominika, maybe next year we should actually inquire the respondents on whom do they perceive as a far-right nationalist. I mean, we might get some interesting insight, not only about the perceptions of the threat of far-right nationalism, but getting the perceptions of who are the far nationalists in respective countries.
Yes, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And also, if you have any feedback on the questions of the GLOBSEC trends, if you have any tips, just you can come and find us. We'll be very happy to implement that as well. Okay, so let's see how you voted.
Yes, and looking at the results, I have to say that you once again voted incorrectly because the correct answer is Czechia.
So, good job, Czech Republic. As we can see on the slide, despite the fact that people believe many of the narratives that are being spread by the far-right nationalists, many also perceive them as a threat in the region, which is a good sign.
However, as you can see also from the chart, a lot of respondents did not know how to respond to the question. As you can see, 30% in Lithuania and 25% in Latvia did not actually know whether or not to perceive far-right nationalists as a threat.
So what are the lessons learned for this year?
One of the most basic lessons learned we found out is that polarizing and disinformation narratives resonate in the region because, among others, they touch upon the most sensitive issues and play on the fears of the people.
Moving from this rhetoric requires courage to address sensitive issues by the key political representatives and also a whole of society cooperation contributing to educated and resilient society capable to withstand such pressures.
But much more will be discussed during the next session on the future of democracy in Europe, which starts in just a moment with the moderator, Rob Cameron.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a nice evening.
Hello, I'm Rob Cameron. I am the BBC's correspondent in Prague, reporting on the Czech Republic and Slovakia. It's a real privilege, a true honor for me to be leading this discussion on the success of the far right in the recent European elections and what that means for the future of society and democracy on this continent. We have assembled a stellar panel for you, 4 speakers of Parliament from 4 European countries. So please help me welcome them now. Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, Nikolaj Čuka, Šimon Hořovňa, and Lori Husar.
Hello.
So there are 8 billion people on this planet, and this year, a quarter of them had the chance to cast their vote in elections, from India to Indonesia, from the United States to the United Kingdom, and of course here in Europe. Not for nothing has this been called not just an election year, but the election year. Europe, of course, has already made its choice. I'm sure you'll remember there were apocalyptic predictions before the vote that we would see a surge of the far right in Europe, and that didn't really happen. Now, I think just under a quarter of the seats in the European Parliament are occupied by far-right, populist, Eurosceptic politicians, compared to a fifth 5 years previously. So, as has so often been said, the centre did hold just, but there are certainly lessons, and many say that it was a wake-up call for those politicians who do share European values, who do think that we have a common European future. And I don't think it's too much of an imposition to say that we have 4 of those politicians on stage with us today. So once again, Markéta Pekarová-Adamová, she's the Speaker of the lower house of the Czech Parliament, the Chamber of Deputies, and she's also the leader of the liberal conservative Top 09 party. Markéta, welcome.
Thank you.
Nikolaj Čuka is the president of the Senate, or the upper house of the Parliament of Romania, and he is the head of the Christian Democratic National Liberal Party. Hello to you again, also Nikolaj. Šimon Hořovňa is the Marshal of the Polish Sejm, which is the lower house of Parliament, and he leads the centre-right Poland 2050 party. And Lori Husar is the president of the Rigi Gogu. I'm sure I didn't say that right, Lori.
It's totally correct.
Totally correct. There you go. Full marks to me and Estonia. And that is the Parliament of Estonia, and he was, until last year, the leader of the liberal Estonia 200 party. So we want this discussion to be as interactive as possible. There will be a chance to pose questions on a regular basis. And we can do that, you can do that either using the Slido facility in the GLOBSEC app or here in the room when we get to passing around the microphone. So let's jump right in. And before I ask the first question, start with a bit of that audience participation, if you do have your phones on you, and I imagine most people do. Before we start talking about the rise of the far right and what that means, I wanted to talk just a little bit about terminology. I've just said far right, but that label seems to have gone from a political scientist label to talk about a very specific segment of politics, i.e. on the right, to being a kind of lazy journalistic shorthand or umbrella term for anybody that we don't like, right? It's used, I've seen it used in newspaper articles after the European elections to talk about everybody, ranging from neo-fascists to far-left populists. So I'd like you to help me out and think of a better word, because I think that far-right is obviously it's too narrow, but other words are too broad. So I would like to know what word you think we should be using, or indeed if we should stick with far-right, populist and Eurosceptic. So the question is there a more accurate word, or maybe 2 words, that we could use to describe all these disparate political forces And you can do that in the GLOBSEC app on Slido or the website, where you'll find a live poll. It's a word cloud, so let your imagination run riot. So record numbers of people this year voted for parties that reject the European consensus on supporting Ukraine, on the EU's Green Deal, on so many other issues. My first question to you, and I'll begin with you, Marketa. Do you think this is a genuine ideological schism that essentially means that a quarter of our European fellow citizens are now dissidents? Or was it just the chance to give your government and your government and your government and your government a good kicking, which is what voters love doing at every election?
First of all, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to organizers for having me. It's not easy to describe what's going on, because I think we sometimes are more skeptical than the situation is. And the result of the elections is one of this skeptical side of comments or analysis we have read many times. But I always say when you start politics, you must be optimist, and I'm a long life optimist. I think, gentlemen, you agree, only optimists can be in politics such a long time, because it's not easy to stay and to be able to just be in this environment. And that's why I always feel or see the bright side of the result. And we have many things witnessed during last years. Of course, very important is how we assess the situation in Ukraine. And for example, in this case, look at us. We were so skeptic about Ukrainians at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Be very honest to ourselves. How many of us would expect that them to be so resilient, them to be so brave, and that we are here 2.5 years later, and the situation on the battlefield, of course, is not optimistic always, but at the beginning, everybody and even experts were talking, oh, 1 week, 2 weeks. So these were the expectations.
But support for them is going down, especially among voters of these parties.
But why I am mentioning it that we should really evaluate the situation how it is, not to be just so skeptic about, and be able to really be more confident about ourselves. And this is the same with the results of European elections. Look, here in Czech Republic, Czechia, you have one very strong movement called ANO. This party was in government 2 terms, and you can see, okay, they are now connected in their group with Orban, with other parties, and they are called Patriots for Europe. They are not patriots, but they call themselves patriots. And what happened to them? They have absolutely no results for themselves.
For now.
For now.
I mean, they're not in the council yet. Once
there is this sanitary corridor or something like that you can point on it. And this is how it ended up with them. So no influence. No influence.
Right. So you're clearly
so this
glass half full.
Last sentence. I know I speak too long, but last sentence. I think always you can, as we say in our country, you can look to the glass and say it's half empty or half full, and this is always about only you're thinking about. And of course there are lessons learned, and of course we should be aware and so on. But at the same time, we should be maybe more confident about ourselves and be able to just say, okay, we can do it. We have many challenges to overcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Nikolai, your glass is literally just under half full, but when you look at the results of the European elections and the rise of the far right, are you an optimist? Are you a pessimist?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very honored to be on the stage with this remarkable lady and gentleman, and with you as well, Robert. So I think we should be moderate optimistic.
Moderate optimistic, okay.
It's normal, because if we are looking now, what we are doing now here, analyzing the results of the last European parliamentary elections, and now we are surprised. All those forces, as you named the disparate political forces, they didn't appear in the last months or in the last year.
Very true.
So they appeared many years ago. But unfortunately, the political leaders did not pay attention to them. So you're right. The final results shows that the European people still trusting those democratic forces, central and center-right and center-left political parties. But if we are looking to how much those disparate forces grow and how many seats they fill in the European Parliament, I think we should be not that optimistic. That's why I am saying we should be moderate, because we still having time to do our best in order to not let them growing. Because looking to the last two elections, we don't have, I mean, it's going to be a mistake to count the seats and to look to the percentages. I think we have to look to the trends. So
right.
If we
the trend is clearly up.
So if we look to the trends, all the central politicians, right and left, should go back to the people, should reconnect with the people, should reevaluate the situation on the ground, and to come up with those policies, with those solutions, which are really expected by the people.
Right, let's talk about those in a few more. So I just want to move on a little
one, you asked, may I answer that? How we call political? At the end?
Let's answer it when the audience have given their thoughts, then we can come back and...
I have an answer for that.
Okay, great. Well, I will park that thought. Shimon, pessimist, optimist, show me your glass. That's about half, isn't it?
Pragmatic realist. You know, when you mentioned the glass, I was taking care of it, that it should be, you know, like unrecognizable. If I'm more half, it is more empty or full. You know, I think that we have some strong fundament to name ourselves here in this room, but also in our politics, maybe not optimists or pessimists, but realists, you know, pragmatists. When you will look to the past and you will remember what we, maybe not all, but we in Poland, what we thought like a year ago, we were afraid that this march of far right will cover the whole Europe and the whole world, and there will be no space for modern liberal democracy in our country, in different countries. And look what happened, right? Yep. Of course, there are some worries right now in France. Right? Of course, we are very worried about what will happen in the next regional election, local election in Germany. But look what happened in Spain, look what happened in Poland, right? Look at the government here in Slovakia, look what's going on in other countries, in Baltic states, for instance. Look what's going on in the United States. You know, half a year ago, we were all sure that Trump is going further and nothing can stop him.
Right, before I go to Laurie, is that our fault, the media's fault? Is it us in the media relentlessly peddling this pessimistic, doom-laden message, or not?
Well, thank you, and let me start with a joke, actually, that I'm very glad.
Please start with the joke.
We could analyze the European Parliament elections from the national parliament's perspective. That's it doesn't happen very often, so I'm very glad for the course of the opportunity. And actually, talking about the situation where we are in a moment, I don't see it in so black colors at all, as I think there hadn't been an earthquake, as we have a functioning European Parliament.
Was there a tremor?
We were going to have...
Maybe not an earthquake. Was there at least a tremor? Did the Earth move a little bit?
I see. I was going to say that we had one earthquake in Europe in this year, but I will explain it afterwards. And actually, we were going to have the functioning European Commission, and we have to be realists. We came through 3 crises. Starting from COVID, then energy crisis, then the war in Ukraine. It is too much, and therefore those ones who had very simple messages were more or less successful in here. So therefore, of course, there is a necessity for so-called mainstream parties to explain more and to be more active in here, explaining the politics, why one or another tough decision is necessary. But I don't see it in so dark colors. And talking about earthquake, we actually saw in this year one earthquake, and that found place actually in one island called Great Britain. And actually the elections in UK were earthquake, and just now if we'll see actually what is people's position towards Brexit and leaving EU, then in a moment 57% of the population is saying that that was a mistake, Brexit was a mistake, and 70% from young generation is saying that leaving EU was a mistake. And I think this is an earthquake, and this will going to make a huge change in UK and also in relations between UK and European Union.
Okay.
And this is something really which is an earthquake. And talking about the word you've asked, that if we are thinking that the left-right scale is more about economical, then let's talk about liberal and conservative. And if we're talking about far right, then we could use the word ultra-conservatives.
Right, okay. So, I think, Szymon, you wanted to say something?
I just want to add a few words to what Laurie just said, because it was not only 3 crises, it was actually 5 of them, because we should add to this financial crisis, the huge financial crisis we experienced not so far ago, and also climate change we are experiencing right now, very strong. And there was a poll, I don't know, last year it was made in Europe, throughout Europe, and they asked people about crises, about political views, but about the most important crises they can identify around them. And the results were completely different, because for France, for instance, for French people, and from, I would say, people from Denmark, it was the climate change. From the guys from the south of Europe, from Italy, from Portugal, it was this financial crisis. In Poland, it was the crisis with the war with Ukraine, on Ukraine. And on the other part, migrational crisis. So these divisions to left and right, to far left, even this preferred division of politicians of hope and politicians of fear, they're completely useless. We have tribes of crises right now in Europe, and the root of the problem is always very different. Then the effect, you know, on the political scene can be quite similar, but the root of the problem, of the frustration, of giving the power to people who want to offer you simple answers for complex questions, they are completely different. And we can name it. We can see that Europe is a very complicated piece of cake today.
Yes, it certainly is. Very briefly, Marketa and Nikolai, before we go to our word cloud.
Yeah, on my mind came that we are framing a lot of things as a crisis. No, isn't it maybe using this word and framing it as a crisis? It's not sometimes really helpful, and it's overused.
Okay, all right, Nikolai.
The only thing is not only to look to the this overlapping and successive crises, it's also about how much the people lose their trust on the existing, on the mainstream politicians, period.
Okay, we're definitely going to come to that, because that's a big part of it. Before we do, can we perhaps get the word cloud up on the screen, if we have a cloud? Certainly clouds outside. I'm not sure if there are a cloud. Okay, right, so extremists and populists. All right, very interesting. You can see the ones that also make the cut. Populist, I was, not for the first time, I received I was on the receiving end of the Václav Klaus death stare when I used the word populist a few years ago. He hated the word. He said, I hate this term populist. It's so vague. It doesn't really mean anything. You know, popular, yes, but populist, no. I don't know. That's just my view. Looking at that, extremists, populists, your response? Populist, extremist, combining the two?
Actually, to be honest, the word populism is not always bad.
Mm-hmm. Because, yes, that's the point, isn't it?
Because if we are talking about populism, it is that means that we are talking from the position of the people. It's coming from the Latin word populus, and therefore it can't be always bad. But the politicians, politicians actually did it or made it actually a bad word, because it's with the demagogical methods they're using in their populist politics, they've turned it bad. But in the other hand, it is not bad actually to talk with the people with the words they can understand. So this is actually, this is a contradiction here.
Right, okay. Any of you would also like to respond to the
I think that
debate about terminology and taxonomy?
Of course, it's always useful to use proper words for proper things and to match it in a good way. I think in the audience we will have many specialists or experts on political science and so on. So it's always useful to know. But at the end of the day, of course, extreme or far right or far left is not a circle. They are, so close to each other, and they have similar programs. And I think that right now we in our countries are not facing such challenges that we can say, oh, this is a left-wing solution and this is a right-wing solution and so on. It's much more to the basics. It goes to the basics of the democracy. And some of our colleagues in the parliament, they are no Democrats, we can call it like that, and they are not supportive to democracy. So there is not only a difference between right and left, or between liberalism, between conservative people, but I would say much more important nowadays is who is anti-democracy, who is for democracy, and who believes in these basics. And this is important for, I think, in the European Union as well, that this is based on these core values, and they include democracy, freedom, rule of law, human rights. And I think this is important to protect, to keep, and we can see politicians who are going against these values.
Okay, Szymon, I think you have something to say. I'd just like to say perhaps Viktor Orbán was actually quite helpful in this, because when he talks of an illiberal democracy, and being an illiberal Democrat, he's kind of nailing it on the head, isn't he? If what we do and what most of the world agree is the right thing is liberal democracy, then the opposite of it is illiberal democracy, perhaps. Szymon.
Before entering the politics, I used to be a journalist for 25 years. For 12 years, I worked in kind of I would say show business, because I was hosting Polish Got Talent. And the one thing I can see, and I say it very clearly, there's that these extremists, we can call them, they are very good in gaining attention. They are very good in TikTok. They are very good on this in this art of doing like-driven politics, right? They are very good in short answers, short questions, in giving audience the emotions. And of course, we are right now in this liberal democracies in this situation that it's just too long for people. This 4 years, it's good for governing. It's good for, you know, arranging things in the state, because the state is always like a big transatlantic. You are moving the steer wheel and it's going in different direction after a year or two. So for the governing, it's a good perspective. But for people who are, you know, used to make thousands of choices every day, it's too long. So they are going to the internet, they are voting in the internet, and they are using these platforms just brilliantly. This is one of the most important things I've learned so far in politics. It's not only about being right. It's about being right and having majority.
Okay.
And we are very good sometimes in these liberal democracies in being right. Yes, we are right in a lot of things we are saying, but we are not ready to go to people, to listen to their emotions, to feel these emotions with them, to talk with them in the language they understand. So there is huge space for the new type of politics, I think, which is getting born on our very eyes right now, here in Central Europe.
I just want to go briefly to Nikolai and then...
Very briefly. I will call them manipulators.
Manipulators, okay.
Because what they are doing, they find the breach and they take advantage of the people issues, people problems. We are not having the courage to speak and to fight with them. And on the other hand, also, they are very easy to be manipulated. They are not only taking advantage of the internal problems, they are very easy to be manipulated by the external forces which wants to break our unity and our cohesion. And you know what I'm speaking about. Yeah. So that's why I'm calling them manipulators.
Okay, thank you. Laurie.
In the very beginning, you asked whether the rise of the far right is a guilt of the media also, and I would say that the responsibility of the media is very high, and there is a theory which I don't support, but I understand the elements from there, is that if media is always paying attention for the provocations they make. Then they will get the tribune they are not worth of. And actually the people are starting more to follow what they are doing, and then in the end they are finishing in their social media platforms or their own media platforms, which is actually the result we don't want. So therefore I think the responsibility of the media is very high. Media must actually control always what they are publishing, why they are publishing, and is it all balanced in a way that it's really is made according to the journalistic rules?
But if Viktor Orbán says, I'm going to Moscow to talk to Putin about Ukraine, we can't ignore it.
We can't ignore it, yes, this is true. But in the other hand, of course, we should bring all the other perspectives also into this case. And as a former journalist, I would say that if there is two sides, then take the third one also as an analyst, and then you have already a perfect story.
But there is a slight, trick in it. Because when I was a journalist, I was a columnist, I was writing books and doing things, there were these colleagues in Polish journalism who said, but okay, I can put, of course it's exaggeration, I can put Hitler and Anne Frank at one table, in the studio, and let them discuss. There are different sides of the story, right? This is the right of the audience to listen to all the stories. I won't be taking any place. Hey, they are some guys. we shouldn't invite to our studios. And let me say that there is one medicine, there is one cure for far-right populism and extremism. It's turnout, and we show it last October in Poland. 75% of people. So let people be engaged into the democratic process, and we will make this extremism just out.
But Laurie, very quickly, these contradictional formats doesn't work if we want to have the public debate. We don't have to bring the people from here and here together. We should take the people from here, and probably the result is better. And this is the responsibility of the media.
Absolutely.
Nikolai, I think you wanted to say something.
Of course, you touch upon all these aspects regarding the role of media, and you are experts. I do really appreciate everything you said about it. If we have to consider media, as you said, to be able to deliver any kind of information. Media should keep the balance in between all the actors. So I don't have any problem with media, but there is the other channels to share the information, which is the social media, so nobody can control what's happening there. And I think we should see what we have to do in order to educate the people how to analyze, how to get the information.
Media literacy, social media literacy.
Yes, and how to react when they are really attacked by all these instruments of information.
Well, I definitely want to get back to social media if we have time, but let's move on. Do you think that 2024, going back to the water analogy, of which I now have none, but do you think this was the high watermark? No, I'm fine, thank you. Do you think this was the high watermark for the far right? I have a lot of friends in France, and many of them believe that that's it for Le Pen. She's not going to go higher. She's never going to be president. That's it. Do you think this is it? Or are we going to be having the same discussion in 5 years' time when a third of the seats in the European Parliament are controlled by these disparate populist manipulators, as Nikolai called them, not me? Marketa.
Okay. It's $1 million question, actually, because sometimes I think that we try to just be able to describe what will happen in 5 years, and what would know what happened in last 5 years. You know, this is sometimes too tricky to be such confident about such a long period in our lives. I feel my share of responsibility of being able to prevent such a scenario in my country, in a European level as well, and I'm taking it, and I'm doing my best to avoid such situation. But again, back to our own history, I remember in the 90s, I was a kid, and in our parliament, there was far-right party, which disappeared and was replaced by another one. And we have another far-right party right now. And what really disturbs me is a trend of, let's say, catch-all parties, which we have one, and they are, seeking for their opportunities, audience, and they know that in this part of the political environment or the scene, they have some kind of, let's say, aims, and they are going this way. But at the same time, you can't see that their voters from past would be angry about this, path, and they would be maybe considering their votes, and they are going with them to this far right. And so this is disturbing me. This disturbs me a lot. And what with social media is connected for me, there is such easy option for all of us, not only for them, but for all of us, to target different groups with different program, and these programs can be in opposition to each other. Mm-hmm. It depends on you if you are so morally, integrated, or you have this integrity not to do so, but they are not, of course, and they are targeting different groups. And if those groups of people from those groups would be in the same room, maybe they would be, beating each other and would be angry to each other, but they will never be, because they are in such bubbles on the internet, and they will never know that for maybe the other audience, they have different program. This is for us not an easy question how to work with, but at the same time, I'm again very optimistic because people, at the end of the day, I think more of them are not such polarized as we are describing.
Right, and also as the media is guilty of. Right, sorry, gentlemen, I'm desperate to go to questions. We will come back in a second to this, but let's just get a couple of questions from the audience. The question that goes back to what we were just discussing is from Juraj Petrovic. He says, are media really still the main opinion former? Haven't they been challenged by social media? Because now people do get their opinions, including political opinions, from social media, and lots of populists don't even appear in the media anymore. They just tweet, or X, whatever you're supposed to do these days.
But look, this is the thing which is worrying me the most. As Marketa said, far-right parties are coming, going, that can be ups and downs. But the real fundamental problem is that I think we gave out the keys, the secret code to the nuclear weapon of the democracy to the guys from TikTok, from Twitter. Look, we are all in TikTok. Who rules TikTok? Storytelling, Chinese algorithms. We are all tweeting, and we are so happy if we are receiving a big audience on Twitter. And who owns Twitter and is making money out of this? The guy who is sending Cybertruck to Ramzan Kadyrov, and the guy who is openly supporting and taking part in
that, to be fair. I don't think he's ever actually admitted sending.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it was just an accident. We are pretty sure about it.
Got the order online.
Kadyrov mentioned it, but look, he's taking part openly in the political process with no responsibility at all, and we are letting him doing this by supporting his business. We are like sheep sometimes, going to the slaughterhouse, singing Hallelujah and Kumbaya together, right? We have to have our eyes wide open. I can remember last remark when Yuval Noah Harari was in Warsaw and giving a lecture. I was there with the group of young people, and there's one question from the audience. What would be your first decision being the president of the Republic of Poland? And he said, resignation, immediately. Resignation. Why? Because I'm a public intellectual, and doing politics is a completely different thing, right? We need skillful people. We don't need celebrities. We don't need another businessman who is doing his or her project in politics. We need people who are dedicated to the public service. Yeah. If we will understand it, it will be all okay. Because if you will engage people into politics, I'm telling you, the cure, it's turnout. If you will see people at the polling point, they will be going to vote, we will be safe. People are much wiser than politicians are.
Right. I think Nikolai wants to come in. Just to say that if you also want to pose a question now, not through your app, I think Martin does. I'll come to you in 1 second. Anybody else, please raise your hand. But first,
Robert,
Nikolai,
ladies and gentlemen, you ask what we will face after 5 years.
Yeah.
So if we will continue to discuss and to analyze the etymology of the words, if we will continue to complain in the front of the public, I am sure that after 5 years, this stage will be occupied by the far extremists, and they will analyze what did the democratic parties to lose the power. So if we don't reconnect with the people, if we don't come with policies and solutions, if we don't take the responsibilities, if we don't bring new people in the politics to be able to do things, for sure, in 5 years from now, somebody else will analyze everything.
Okay, Laurie, and then if we can get a microphone to Martin.
Well, I totally agree with my Romanian colleague that media literacy is important, and it's not important only in the schools, but it is also important that we'll bring this knowledge also for the grown-ups, just to bring this awareness of this what echo chambers and information bubbles are, and actually how they have been manipulated by the social media, and why actually also the alternative position is important, and what is the role of the media here. And I would say that if we have to, don't blame actually also the media, because the media lived also through quite difficult times as this transition from the newspapers to digital media is still ongoing process, and the media is facing many challenges. So therefore, we should be also as supportive as possible for media and look them as a partners, because we all actually standing for one thing. We are staying and standing for democratical free society, and this is for what we are standing for, and we are all together in this fight. Okay. Of course, if we are in this political debate, we are in the other sides of frontier. So, but still, we are actually standing for the same things.
Right. Thank you, Laurie. We have a question. Could you introduce yourself? And I will remind you of the GLOBSEC rule, that the first person in this room to say this is less of a question and more of an observation has to buy drinks for everybody in that room. Is it on? No.
No, maybe.
You can shout and I can repeat it. Yeah, just tell me the question, Martin. I'll
Oh, wait, they are coming with.
Martin, you're
so, you know
Perfect.
me, Rob. I will pose a question. Okay. Martin Poliacik, I'm an associate fellow here in GLOBSEC. And I will touch upon what was said here, that we are right. So we are the holders of the truth, right? And this is what we always tell against the populists, that they are not right and we are right, and we think it's enough. So
what's the question then, Martin?
Harari always says that we think in stories. We're not thinking in truth or facts. And this is what the populists are actually using against us. They have a story about collapse of a civilization. They have a story about someone who's always, you know, pulling the strings.
You're risking a huge bar bill here, Martin.
Right.
What's
so
the question?
The question is, what is our story to contradict?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if we want the truth to win, we have to stop relying on it.
Excellent. Panel, what is our story? We hear so much of their story, of Elon's story and Donald's story. What is our story?
The reality.
Reality.
Our story should be very well fit into the reality, because what Martin said regarding delivering stories, I don't think they are that clever to create the stories and to deliver the stories. They are receiving the stories, and this is part of the information war. So it's very easy to find those kind of people, easy to be manipulated, and good enough to manipulate the others. And they are, as you said, delivering those kind of stories, and people are believing them. That's why I do really insist on education and training the people how to get the information from social media and for all these instruments which are leveraged by those manipulators, which are delivering stories.
Okay. I do have one more, very, very briefly, Shimon, if you can, just in a couple of seconds. Laurie?
Very short answer. Our stories, our virtues, this is human rights, freedom, quality. These are actually our. This is our story, and actually, this works with even more people than the other stories. So therefore, I think that this is the reality what we are facing in a daily basis on the streets with the people we met and we meet.
Shimon.
I think that, that people know that something's going on. And we saw it in our last elections in October. People just went to vote in an enormous number because they even sometimes cannot express what's going on, but they can feel that this is the difficult time and they want to take the responsibility. I came from a very polarized country. This polarization is destroying us, destroying our society, making us vulnerable, and when we are divided, it's always easy to play the game with us. So I'm always telling that our story should be that we are not only taking people from something, we are not only saving people from this party or this guy or far right or conspiracy theory or whatever, but we are leading them somewhere. That we have the idea, that we have the project, that we have the dream we believe in. There is a lot about fear, a lot about some dangers, but we are not dreamers anymore, in European politics.
Right.
We are trying to keep safe. We are not dreamers. People want us to be dreamers, to show them the options, to show them that everything will be fine.
Okay.
Because finally it will be fine.
Right. I want to ask one more question. I'm very, very conscious of the time running out, but there is one question I really wanted to ask you, because you're all experienced politicians and you have extremely high political positions in your own countries. And presumably, I know you do, you have working relationships with people that we would call populist and extremist and Eurosceptic and maybe even neo-fascist and God knows what. Do you have any positive examples of pragmatic cooperation with the people in your parliaments, people of very different political colours, that you see as perhaps a way to move forward and get beyond this divide?
Actually,
very, very briefly.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, I had no chance to answer the question from the audience, so just briefly, I like to quote Madeleine Albright. Democracy has to deliver. And it's very important to have it on mind, and it means, for myself, the story is success in the many ways of the meaning of this word, because it has different meaning for many people, but it means great life conditions for them. And the umbrella is, of course, security, but then on other levels we have other prosperity, education, and so on. And it's as well how we can cope with our colleagues. So it's not easy, I would say, in our parliament, and this term it's really tough.
But you still say hello to Tomio Okumura in the canteen?
Of course,
you still
I
have coffee
to.
with him?
I do so, and I think respect is necessary to have to each other, and to show it, and to be able not to pay attention only to ourselves, but as well to be able to listen to the others.
Sure, okay.
It's not easy sometimes.
From Romania, any tips on how to...
Yeah, we are human beings, we are very open, we can sit in front of each other, drink coffee, but we cannot discuss about values. We cannot discuss about democracy, rule of law, and all these issues. What we did in Romania as a center-right party, we create a coalition with the center-left party, and we create that stability before the war started in Ukraine and lead the country, as Simon said, to this time without having too much troubles. And it's an example that two political forces, which used to fight historically, find the way to sit at the same table and to deliver to the people what they were expecting for.
Okay, Shimon.
We have one such a party in our parliament, and even one of my deputies is from this party. I'm in Confederacja. It's very complicated relationship because they have very big number of internal divisions in their own network. But of course, there are some things in which there is a field to cooperate when it comes to, I don't know, transparency of the processes in the country and others, and we will be always in conflict on other things. But, you know, one of the most educative moments in my short career of being speaker of the Sejm was when I organized kindergarten in Sejm.
Right.
You know, it was, for me, it was a game changer.
Yeah.
I organized kindergarten for deputies, you know, who are very busy, and now they can just, you know, send the child to the, and it will be taken care of, having meals, you know, everything.
Example.
And all the people from far right and far left are sending their kids there.
Excellent.
And this is the perfect platform to discuss about politics and future, believe me.
20, 30 seconds, Laurie.
I would say that patience works, actually, and it works in two ways. If you are listening them and trying to reach into some kind of understanding, normally it's not possible. But on the other hand, if they are always enforcing themselves, they reach into the level where the tensions inside themselves is so high, then the probability that they will going to divide is very high. And actually we had one such a party in Estonian parliament, and there is now two, because they got so much tensions in between themselves, so they divided.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So this is, and therefore I am talking about the patience.
Right, excellent. Patience. Dialogue and sitting down, having a cup of coffee or a cup of tea with your opponent. Well, thank you very much indeed to our excellent panel. Please join me in thanking once again Marketa Pekarova-Adamová, Nikolai Shimon Hołownia, and Laurie Hussar from Estonia. And just to wrap up the day, please welcome back Kim Dozier.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rob. And I just want to wrap up for the day. We've ended with a lively panel, kept everyone intellectually engaged all day. I've been watching on YouTube. So for today, opening our first meeting in Prague, we've had presidents, prime ministers, senior ministers. We've had the president of the European Parliament, the president of the European Commission, Deputy Secretary General of NATO, and many business and thought leaders. Topics covered today have included restarting the European economy, steps towards peace in Ukraine, the future of cybersecurity and geotech, to the future of transatlantic relations. I want to read you some key quotes, and I'm going to walk over here so I don't keep giving you all my back. So Ursula von der Leyen said, Central Europe is not only geographically at the heart of Europe, but it's also politically and strategically central to the future of the European Union. And from President Petr Pavel, to achieve a just and lasting peace, we must continue to provide sufficient and predictable support for Ukraine. Russia must grow to an understanding that persisting in this misguided war will no longer be in their interest. Now, just a couple of housekeeping rules. If you are coming to the GLOBSEC award dinner, invitation only, buses leave at 10-minute intervals from 1910 to 1930, so be sure to catch one. And if you're not going to the award ceremony, please enjoy Prague's nightlife. Tomorrow we begin bright and early at 8:45 on the Havel stage with opening remarks from the Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs, followed by a full day of panels and discussions. Thank you very much.